grave. Because of his undying compassion and unconditional grace for a sinful world, he endured the sufferings even to death. As a city council, you are called to love the community unconditionally, just as Christ loved. And so the Christian community is also called to love those in need no matter what. Let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for the city and her city council, for their hearts of service for the community. Thank you for their love for you in committing themselves for the goodness and the development of this community in many ways possible. We ask, Lord, to please continue to bless this city and all her people, as well as the whole United States of America and the whole world. Wherever there is a need for renewal, especially the homeless, the hungry, and those who thirst, please provide for them. May the work of the city council and the government and all of the United States be a blessing for all the citizens equally and for your glory. But Lord, we ask that you please forgive us for our many transgressions. And in Jesus Christ's mighty name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Closed session items. Madam City Clerk, are there any comments on closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in 2 cases.
Madam City Clerk, we're going to reconvene we're going into closed session, and we will probably be back before 6 o'clock. So it'll be quick. So we'll be back before 6, about 30, no later than 6, but I'm expecting to be. Well, that depends on who wants to talk the longest. Thank you. We're going into closed session. That was really fast. Welcome to the City of Carson 2023 State of the City Address. My name is Lula Davis Holmes, and I serve you as your mayor of this great city. I'm here at the Porsche Experience Center, one of 2 in the United States. And while I enjoyed riding on this track today, I'm even more excited about the fact that the City of Carson is on the right track to a bigger and better future. I want to thank the Carson Chamber of Commerce for hosting this event and their commitment to our city. To my family, especially my husband Harry, my children Deshaun and Keisha, thank you for your love and support. To my colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem Jawan Hilton, Councilmember Cedric Hicks, Councilmember Jim Deere, Councilwoman Arlene Rojas, our City Treasurer, Monica Cooper, and our City Clerk, Cleo Bradshaw. Thank you so much for being with us today. Our city is supported by so many people whose faces most of us will never see. Our city employees. Every accomplishment, every service delivered, every detail of the agenda we're sharing here today is only made possible because of you. It's been 3 years since I've been able to celebrate and reflect on the state of the city in person. Carson has always been resilient. I knew my most important job as your mayor is to work with the city council to build a team that Carson deserves. That team is here with us this afternoon. Our executive team is diverse and full of culture. We also speak with integrity, causing us to reflect on Carson's past, present, and future. Because of our transparency, we have been able to share and implement goals and dreams of our residents. Over the past year, we've come a long way in achieving Carson's vision of Future Unlimited. Despite the many adversities, I'm proud of what we have accomplished, positioning Carson for a better future. I can stand here today and say that the state of the city is strong and we have the resources and the determination to make it even stronger. As we look to the year ahead of us, our administration is focused on building a green and growing city for everyone. As your mayor, I have created 9 initiatives, and I am proud to say that most of them have been accomplished. Carson has always been the jewel of the South Bay, and I'd like to share a few ongoing projects that will help Carson to continue to move forward. The Carson Country Mart will be one of the latest reasons why people will visit our city. It will feature fine dining, shopping, open spaces, and a dog park. Traveling to the Country Mart will be even more accessible because of the pedestrian bridge. This bridge will connect the Imperial Avalon and Hanover projects. Residents will be able to walk or ride to enjoy all of the amenities that the Carson Country Mart will offer. Carson is a great place to live, work, and play. I will continue to work with my colleagues on expanding the city's housing supply. We want to provide more opportunities for people to lay a foundation to live in our beautiful city. The city of Carson keeps booming. Last year, we approved an agreement with Simon Properties to resume the development of the Premium Outlet Mall. This is an historic project and will be a huge economic engine to our city. The construction of the mall is expected to begin later this year with a grand opening scheduled towards the end of 2024. The Hanover project, located at 213 South Avalon, will be a mixed-use complex consisting of approximately 1,200 apartments, 104 townhomes, 18 single-family units, and will increase our housing supply. The project will include restaurants and a brand new park. The Malfin development, located at 215 West Carson Street, is another great example of our efforts to enhance our housing supply. We converted this site into housing units that will consist of 35 new townhomes. The Marriott Town Place Suites, located at 888 East Dominguez Street, will include 111 rooms, a new restaurant featuring 2 lounges and an indoor pool. As we prepare for the 2028 Olympics, this project will add to our hospitality industry. Carson is very fortunate to have a strong and active senior population. To support our seniors, the PACE Senior Health Care Facility is coming to Carson. The facility is located at 20920 Chico Street and will be a great addition to our community and will offer senior care featuring a multitude of social and medical services. In 2022, we held a grand opening for the International Institute of Tolerance, where we transformed an old, dilapidated industrial building into the first mosque in the city. Carson will be a hub in the South Bay for America's fastest growing sport, pickleball. We converted the tennis courts at Hemingway Park to address the needs for our residents and those who play pickleball. A new drive-through Starbucks located at Bonita and Carson Street will be coming to Carson soon and is scheduled to open later this year. Vallarta Supermarkets is currently being developed on Carson Street and Main and will offer the community a new grocery shopping experience. On February 15th, 2023, the City Council held a workshop and study session regarding the city's general plan. Our general plan is going to be the blueprint for Carson's future. That's why I have provided clear direction to staff to conduct additional analysis and to address the issues raised by our residents. My goal is to adopt the general plan on or before the end of April 2023. As your mayor, I will continue to promote local hiring. The One-Stop Business and Career Center is operated by the South Bay Work Investment Board and is located at the Carson Event Center. It provides services for both employees and employers. Through our grants, courses, training, the center will help our residents find their way back to the job market. As your mayor, I'm very proud of helping our city establish the first town and gown agreement with Cal State University Dominguez Hills. This agreement will strengthen our ties and enrich the deep bonds of a shared history and a commitment to a brighter future. Carson is the home for an inclusive entrepreneurship and powerful business incubator. Our mission is to elevate and empower locally owned businesses. The Small Business Academy, a program I helped create in partnership with the university, graduated its first class this past December. Small businesses are the lifeline of our community. As your mayor, I supported the creation of a new innovation department. This department will take the lead in the development of and implementation of the city's strategic plan. The three core topic areas for the department are sustainability, open data, and performance management. In November of 2022, the City of Carson was named as a finalist as Los Angeles County's Economic Development Corporation for its Most Business-Friendly City Award. Carson demonstrated exceptional contributions to economic development and fostering growth of businesses. As your mayor, it has been my vision to bring the city's public safety to a new level. We're in the process of establishing automatic license plate readers across the city. In addition, this technology, we're also investing over $5 million on security cameras at all our city parks and buildings. Of course, we cannot grow unless our residents are secure in their homes. That is why, for the first time, our budget now includes 2 homeless coordinators. These 2 positions will assist in providing housing to our homeless population. Let's not forget the Dominguez Channel odor. I have directed the City Manager's Office and Public Works Department to continue to work with the Los Angeles County to make sure that this incident never happens again in our city, and that the Dominguez Channel will be transformed into a place where our residents can be proud of. The new Innovation Department is taking the lead on the Broadband and Digital Equity Project. The project will create a roadmap for improving the city's access to the internet. We appropriated $500,000 to hire a technical consultant. Our Community Services, Parks and Recreation Department will place solar panels at Veterans Park and Sports Complex. This will be one of many solar panel projects throughout the city. To meet our residents' demand to reduce emissions within the city, we plan to install a vast number of charging stations at local parks and the community center. In addition, we are one of the first cities in the South Bay that will have not 1, but 20 Level 3 Tesla superchargers that will be located at the Carson Event Center. We are in the process of installing bike lanes on major streets up to and including the Dominguez Channel bike path. As your mayor, I believe it's important to create a stronger, more positive perception of our city. That is why I have directed staff to hire a professional consultant to review and make recommendations to the City Council on rebranding. By rebranding, people will come to know the City of Carson's future is unlimited. I'm very proud of launching 2 grant programs to assist our business community. $1.5 million for the small business and $1 million for the commercial facade. These grants will support the businesses in Carson who have been negatively impacted by COVID-19. Last month, we celebrated the 55th anniversary of the City of Carson. For the first time in our history, we now have an $88 million surplus. These are historic levels of reserves that will be invested in the city's infrastructure, parks, and programs. Carson received $2 million from Congress in January, which includes money for Veterans Park and the sports complex. This money will be used to install solar panels. Carson also received $7 million from the state thanks to the support of Assemblyman Mike Gibson. This is a significant win for the community as the funding will be used for city parks. I also want to thank Congresswoman Nanette Barragan for her support. Thanks to her, the city received $4.5 million from the Great American Outdoors Act. A special thanks goes out to our residents for passing the following 3 measures which brought in much needed revenue. Measure C, the oil business tax, approved by the voters in 2017. The council voted 3-2 to conduct an audit, which brought in excess of $80 million to the city. Measure K, our transaction and use tax, approved by the voters in November 2022, that brought in $19 million to the city. Without the support of Carson residents, these funds would have gone to the county. Measure R, UUT, approved by the voters November 2022, and will bring in $9 million to the city. I'm very proud of my 2020 mayor's campaign, where I fully supported all these measures in spite of opposition by a few. For the 2nd year in a row, the city of Carson has ranked among the top performing cities in the state. Our city is physically stable. The city's surplus as of June 2022 is at $88 million, which is unprecedented. This is the first time in the history of Carson that we've had such a large amount of funds in the reserve that will help benefit the community. Thank you for joining us today for the City of Carson's 2023 State of the City Address. Let's continue to work together to achieve our goals. That was really fast. Welcome to the City of Carson 2023 State of the City Address. My name is Lula Davis Holmes, and I serve you as your mayor of this great city. I'm here at the Porsche Experience Center, one of 2 in the United States. And while I enjoyed riding on this track today, I'm even more excited about the fact that the City of Carson is on the right track to a bigger and better future. I want to thank the Carson Chamber of Commerce for hosting this event and their commitment to our city. To my family, especially my husband Harry, my children Deshaun and Keisha, thank you for your love and support. To my colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem Jawan Hilton, Councilmember Cedric Hicks, Councilmember Jim Deere, Councilwoman Arlene Rojas, our City Treasurer Monica Cooper, and our City Clerk Cleo Bradshaw. Thank you so much for being with us today. Our city is supported by so many people whose faces most of us will never see. Our city employees. Every accomplishment, every service delivered, every detail of the agenda we're sharing here today is only made possible because of you. It's been 3 years since I've been able to celebrate and reflect on the state of the city in person. Carson has always been resilient. I knew my most important job as your mayor is to work with the City Council to build a team that Carson deserves. That team is here with us this afternoon. Our executive team is diverse and full of culture. We also speak with integrity, causing us to reflect on Carson's past, present, and future. Because of our transparency, we have been able to share and implement goals and dreams of our residents. Over the past year, we've come a long way in achieving Carson's vision of Future Unlimited. Despite the many adversities, I'm proud of what we have accomplished, positioning Carson for a better future. I can stand here today and say that the state of the city is strong and we have the resources and the determination to make it even stronger. As we look to the year ahead of us, our administration is focused on building a green and growing city for everyone. As your mayor, I have created 9 initiatives, and I am proud to say that most of them have been accomplished. Carson has always been the jewel of the South Bay, and I'd like to share a few ongoing projects that will help Carson to continue to move forward. The Carson Country Mart will be one of the latest reasons why people will visit our city. It will feature fine dining, shopping, open spaces, and a dog park. Traveling to the Country Mart will be even more accessible because of the pedestrian bridge. This bridge will connect the Imperial Avalon and Hanover projects. Residents will be able to walk or ride to enjoy all of the amenities that the Carson Country Mart will offer. Carson is a great place to live, work, and play. I will continue to work with my colleagues on expanding the city's housing supply. We want to provide more opportunities for people to lay a foundation to live in our beautiful city. The city of Carson keeps booming. Last year, we approved an agreement with Simon Properties to resume the development of the Premium Outlet Mall. This is an historic project and will be a huge economic engine to our city. The construction of the mall is expected to begin later this year with a grand opening scheduled towards the end of 2024. The Hanover project, located at 213 South Avalon, will be a mixed-use complex consisting of approximately 1,200 apartments, 104 townhomes, 18 single-family units, and will increase our housing supply. The project will include restaurants and a brand new park. The Malfin development, located at 215 West Carson Street, is another great example of our efforts to enhance our housing supply. We converted this site into housing units that will consist of 35 new townhomes. The Marriott Town Place Suites, located at 888 East Dominguez Street, will include 111 rooms, a new restaurant featuring 2 lounges, and an indoor pool. As we prepare for the 2028 Olympics, this project will add to our hospitality industry. Carson is very fortunate to have a strong and active senior population. To support our seniors, the PACE Senior Health Care Facility is coming to Carson. The facility is located at 20920 Chico Street and will be a great addition to our community and will offer senior care featuring a multitude of social and medical services. In 2022, we held a grand opening for the International Institute of Tolerance, where we transformed an old, dilapidated industrial building into the first mosque in the city. Carson will be a hub in the South Bay for America's fastest growing sport, pickleball. We converted the tennis courts at Hemingway Park to address the needs for our residents and those who play pickleball. A new drive-through Starbucks located at Bonita and Carson Street will be coming to Carson soon and is scheduled to open later this year. Vallarta Supermarkets is currently being developed on Carson Street and Main and will offer the community a new grocery shopping experience. On February 15th, 2023, the City Council held a workshop and study session regarding the city's general plan. Our general plan is going to be the blueprint for Carson's future. That's why I have provided clear direction to staff to conduct additional analysis and to address the issues raised by our residents. My goal is to adopt the general plan on or before the end of April 2023. As your mayor, I will continue to promote local hiring. The One-Stop Business and Career Center is operated by the South Bay Work Investment Board and is located at the Carson Event Center. It provides services for both employees and employers. Through our grants, courses, training, the center will help our residents find their way back to the job market. As your mayor, I'm very proud of helping our city establish the first town and gown agreement with Cal State University Dominguez Hills. This agreement will strengthen our ties and enrich the deep bonds of a shared history and a commitment to a brighter future. Carson is the home for an inclusive entrepreneurship and powerful business incubator. Our mission is to elevate and empower locally owned businesses. The Small Business Academy, a program I helped create in partnership with the university, graduated its first class this past December. Small businesses are the lifeline of our community. As your mayor, I supported the creation of a new innovation department. This department will take the lead in the development of and implementation of the city's strategic plan. The 3 core topic areas for the department are sustainability, open data, and performance management. In November of 2022, the City of Carson was named as a finalist as Los Angeles County's Economic Development Corporation for its Most Business-Friendly City Award. Carson demonstrated exceptional contributions to economic development and fostering growth of businesses. As your mayor, it has been my vision to bring the city's public safety to a new level. We're in the process of establishing automatic license plate readers across the city. In addition, this technology, we're also investing over $5 million on security cameras at all our city parks and buildings. Of course, we cannot grow unless our residents are secure in their homes. That is why, for the first time, our budget now includes 2 homeless coordinators. These 2 positions will assist in providing housing to our homeless population. Let's not forget the Dominguez Channel odor. I have directed the City Manager's Office and Public Works Department to continue to work with the Los Angeles County to make sure that this incident never happens again in our city, and that the Dominguez Channel will be transformed into a place where our residents can be proud of. The new Innovation Department is taking the lead on the Broadband and Digital Equity Project. The project will create a roadmap for improving the city's access to the internet. We appropriated $500,000 to hire a technical consultant. Our Community Services, Parks and Recreation Department will place solar panels at Veterans Park and Sports Complex. This will be one of many solar panel projects throughout the city. To meet our residents' demand to reduce emissions within the city, we plan to install a vast number of charging stations at local parks and the community center. In addition, we are one of the first cities in the South Bay that will have not one, but 20 Level 3 Tesla superchargers that will be located at the Carson Event Center. We are in the process of installing bike lanes on major streets up to and including the Domingos Channel bike path. As your mayor, I believe it's important to create a stronger, more positive perception of our city. That is why I have directed staff to hire a professional consultant to review and make recommendations to the City Council on rebranding. By rebranding, people will come to know the City of Carson's future is unlimited. I'm very proud of launching 2 grant programs to assist our business community. $1.5 million for the small business and $1 million for the commercial facade. These grants will support the businesses in Carson who have been negatively impacted by COVID-19. Last month, we celebrated the 55th anniversary of the City of Carson. For the first time in our history, we now have an $88 million surplus. These are historic levels of reserves that will be invested in the city's infrastructure, parks, and programs. Carson received $2 million from Congress in January, which includes money for Veterans Park and the sports complex. This money will be used to install solar panels. Carson also received $7 million from the state thanks to the support of Assemblyman Mike Gibson. This is a significant win for the community as the funding will be used for city parks. I also want to thank Congresswoman Nanette Barragan for her support. Thanks to her, the city received $4.5 million from the Great American Outdoors Act. A special thanks goes out to our residents for passing the following 3 measures which brought in much needed revenue. Measure C, the all business tax, approved by the voters in 2017. The council voted 3-2 to conduct an audit, which brought in excess of $80 million to the city. Measure K, our transaction and use tax, approved by the voters in November 2022, that brought in $19 million to the city. Without the support of Carson residents, these funds would have gone to the county. Measure R, UUT, approved by the voters November 2022, and will bring in $9 million to the city. I'm very proud of my 2020 mayor's campaign, where I fully supported all these measures in spite of opposition by a few. For the 2nd year in a row, the City of Carson has ranked among the top performing cities in the state. Our city is physically stable. The city's surplus as of June 2022 is at $88 million, which is unprecedented. This is the first time in the history of Carson that we've had such a large amount of funds in the reserve that will help benefit the community. Thank you for joining us today for the City of Carson's 2023 State of the City Address. Let's continue to work together to achieve our goals. We're going to be starting the meeting. Councilman Deere, could you report to the dais, please? Where is he? Where's the camera? Well, let me go interview the staff.
Did you send it to my city email? Oh, okay. Okay, perfect, thank you. Jim was out there talking to you guys in Public Works. I'm busy. You want me calling me? No worries. You MP, it's three of us up here. You gonna do that? Let's report out on closed session, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in two cases. One of the items was not taken up by the council. On the other one, there was no reportable action.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. The mayor is, I believe, doing an interview at this moment. So we are going to have, is our captain here yet? Captain Jones? Is
Maybe
Captain
there's a
Jones?
representative of the captain.
Eddie, is Captain Jones here? All right, well, I see our Assistant Chief Bennett from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. He will come and give us a briefing.
Absolutely.
And he can take as long as he wants because we're stalling on time.
Yeah, we'll make sure Captain Jones gets here. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
It's been a few months since I've seen you, but I understand our battalion chief. Yes, been very busy.
You've been the busy one.
Our battalion
He
chief,
did a good
Guadalupe
job,
Munoz, thank you, was able to present to you. So before I get to the stats, just a couple things. I wanted to make sure that he mentioned that March 1st, Board of Supervisors selected Anthony Maroney as our new fire chief. So he's permanent fire chief, and Chief Osby did a fantastic job for years, and we are now excited to move forward with Chief Maroney. He's got about 36 years of service, been around, so we are looking forward to that. Also, one quick thing, Fire Service Day is coming up May 6th, and all of your local fire stations will be open for tours and anything you guys need. So
Tours open to the entire public?
Of the entire public, yeah. We'll have banners up. There's also a central location in Gardena where they can come see our static displays, which will be USAR, our dogs, our trucks, some of our fire engines. And
Is that
I'll make sure to-
162nd Street? 162nd
On
Street?
1650, 162nd.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to get flyers to city manager and we'll get them out to you guys.
And do
But
the
that's,
public
again,
have to register for that?
Nope, you show up and there'll be food and some games. We're going to co-locate with the Gardena PD and do it as a public service day.
Terrific.
So, yeah, so calls. We know we were really busy with the last couple months with the rains. Our calls for service were 995, City of Carson. We had 23 fires, 644 EMS calls, 4 hazardous conditions, 6 service calls, 197 good intent calls, and 31 false alarms. Unfortunately, we did have one apartment house fire on the 14th where 4 people were displaced, but we were able to get Red Cross there and support them through the night and get them some clothes and food as well. So again, super busy month, about 30 calls per day in Carson, plus all the water emergencies that we had with the rains. And that will conclude my report. Happy to take any questions that you guys might have.
Does anyone have any questions for
Mayor
Chief?
Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. Mr. Deere, Councilman?
Thank you, Bennett, for being here. Another subject that's kind of been on my mind recently is the building of an additional fire station within the city limits of Carson. At one time, I'm sure you're aware of this, we looked at the corner, the southeast corner of Torrance Boulevard and Main Street. But now we're thinking possibly moving it a little further north across from the Porsche driving experience, right at the 405 freeway and Main Street. There's a vacant lot. There's a billboard on it now. There's a little section, like not a remnant, but a little part of Moneta Avenue. Comes off of Main Street, and then it stops suddenly because the freeway was built years ago. So we're interested in knowing about the progress for that and possibilities in how many years from now we might be able to have that additional fire station. Because I think with all the development going on in Carson, we're going to need that.
For sure, for sure.
So maybe not tonight, but you could,
yeah.
in the future, give us some type of a report.
Absolutely, we'll do that. I'll work with the city manager and we'll maybe do a presentation. I can include our planning section. They do the fire station development all the time and make sure that they're involved. So we'll get together and at least put a presentation. We can meet out the site and look forward.
Now, I haven't talked to the property owner, and he or she may not want to be selling it, but
Yeah.
for a fire station, it seems like a good location because of the access
Yeah.
to all the roads nearby, quick access to the
Yeah.
areas that are being developed now.
And that's one of the main things we look at is access in and out, freeway access, and
Thank you.
fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, the mayor's back.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, thank you. How
Hi.
are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm great.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you also. Thanks for coming out.
Welcome.
I was listening. I wasn't sitting in my seat, but want to thank you. Did my colleagues have any comments or questions? You
I
good?
did mine already.
You did yours already? You're very thorough. So thank you so much for coming out.
Yeah, looks like you guys have a busy night, so I will leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay as long as you like.
Do we have Captain
That's an
Jones yet?
inside. That's an inside joke. We don't expect you to stay, Chief.
Before we go on to the presentations, I know we have item number 15 is on the consent calendar. So I'm going to move for approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item number 15.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Would anyone like to pull any item except item 15 that's already been pulled?
Item 18. Item number 18.
Let's see. 18 is Hicks. Okay, we're going to approve it's been moved and properly second to approve all items on the consent calendar with the exception of item 18 and item 15.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
also for item 17, if we could just have a strike through, I'm sorry. No, my apologies. Item number 20, A strike through on item number 20 for the title and position of accounting manager.
Item number 20.
Yes, just that particular topic. The last resolution is accounting manager.
Accounting
If we
manager,
could
so
just
we'll-
have a strike through on that.
We'll eliminate that title, accounting manager, and it'll just be for public safety services manager. This is a job description
Job
change.
description update, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So we're going to approve all the items on the agenda except the items 15, 18, and they change the title to eliminate the technology manager and accounting.
So, Madam Mayor, we're still going to approve item 20, but with that
Yes,
change that the
with that
city
change.
manager is requesting? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, just going to be changing accounting manager, just not approving the rest of the job specifications and updates except for accounting manager.
So there's no substantive change in the agenda item? Okay.
No.
That
there
makes
isn't.
sense.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you cast your votes, please?
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, can we or you make a quick comment to the Alinkas family that we just approved?
No, I pulled that item.
You pulled it off?
Yes, I pulled item number 15
Oh.
so that we can, we heard from the family, but
Oh,
I know
you pulled
there's,
15 off, too.
yes, I pulled it.
Okay.
So I want to give the family an opportunity to let you know that it's being recommended by this city council that we post a $100,000 reward for the capture and conviction and the return of Alinka to her family. And this city council heard your cry, and we want you to know that we take it very serious, but it's not just to say that it's $100,000 for the return. We want the person that's responsible to be convicted, and that's how this $100,000 reward will be posted. And to let you, family, thank you for reaching out to myself and Councilwoman Arlene Rojas. And we did post all the pictures on our marquee and on the display freeway billboards. And I just want to say we are a family, and when one child is not at home with their parents, we're all concerned. And so that's the least we can do to say that we want you to know that the city is crying with you, and we understand some of the pain that you're going through, even though we have not walked in your shoes, to say that we're here to support you, and it will be, as of tonight, it will become official, but it's not only for the return of your daughter, but it's for the conviction of the person that has taken this, because child trafficking is on the rise, and we cannot have that in the city of Carson and go home without doing something positive. So to my colleagues, is there someone from the family that wanted to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, could you come to the podium, please?
Mr. Castillo
Mr. Castillo.
and the mother.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Moses Castillo. I'm the victim's advocate, a retired LAPD detective that investigated crimes against children, crimes of physical abuse, sex abuse, and murder of children. So I know firsthand the effects that these crimes have on families, and we're hoping for a great outcome in Alinka's case. And I just conveyed the message that the Madam Mayor just stated about the reward money, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And in God we trust is posted back there, and that's what we're holding on to, is God's love and hope that we find Alinka safe. And the mom did want to share some comments as well. Yo le dije que usted ya escuchó que sí aprobaron el caso y usted quería hacer unas palabras sobre eso.
Pues la verdad, muchísimas gracias. Estoy muy
Speak into the mic.
emocionada. Estoy muy emocionada por su apoyo y es la primera vez que una amiga me dijo que vio los billboards en el freeway. La verdad me llenó de mucho gusto y saber que están sensibles hacia mi dolor como madre.
Thank you. I'm just full of emotions because the other day, a friend of mine, without me knowing anything, called me to tell me that she saw the pictures that the city posted on the freeway marquees or billboards, and that just really spoke to her heart and full of gratitude and she has no words to really express her appreciation for you.
Me hacen agradecida porque sé que esto que estoy pasando, este dolor, esta angustia, sé que a muchas personas les duele lo que pues muchos jóvenes, inclusive especialmente mi hija, están pasando y pues muchas gracias que nos quieren ayudar.
This is something that's impacted the entire family. Her daughters and her daughter's sisters are all impacted, and she's just really touched by the outpouring and your support. And she wants to thank you again for your support. And ¿algo más?
Puedo decir también de que yo quisiera, por favor, pedirle un último favor, si es posible, que mi hija existan también, que lo pasen a otros distritos, porque tal vez esté en otro condado que no sea el de Los Ángeles, en otra ciudad.
She's asking, Madam Mayor, if there's a way for the city to somehow communicate to other cities nearby about her sister, because she could be anywhere. And there was the last time there was briefly mentioned that her daughter called, the last time she called, she said, they're letting me go, come pick me up at Union Station at 10 p.m. So the family races to Union Station, and obviously she never came. They waited 6 to 8 hours just hoping that she would show up at Union Station, and she never came. And that tells us that if she was in fact at Union Station, that's the hub where trains can go anywhere in this country. So our concern is she could be anywhere. So she wanted to ask if there's any way the city can communicate.
Que la policía esté como diciendo en sus de estos perdidos, porque sé que hay jurisdicciones y yo quisiera, si se puede, por favor.
She wants to know because she understands there's many jurisdictions, and I know there was a discussion about sending a letter to the FBI. I'm not sure the status of that, but I think that's what she's asking for. She's asking for this go nationwide, a nationwide search. And on that note, I know News Nation Now, a nationwide cable news network, is going to do a lengthy report on this story on Thursday. So that's in the works as well.
I heard it on Channel 9 today also. And what I'd like you to do is to get with our city manager, and he'll let you know what we can and cannot do and how we're going to proceed.
Okay.
Okay?
Él me pidió que hablara con el manejador de la ciudad para hablar sobre esas peticiones que usted puso.
Pues dile que muchísimas gracias. Estoy muy agradecida. Bendecida, que Dios las llene de bendiciones a todos por esto que me acaban de ayudar. Y no saben, de todo el fondo de mi corazón, les agradezco muchísimo.
From the bottom of her heart, she just thanks you.
Yeah, and I would encourage you to assist her in getting the letters that come from the families are most effective, especially from Mom here. That she sends letters out expressing her concerns and asking for the support at the levels that we're speaking, because we can send a letter from the city, but when people hear from the family and the mothers especially, I think that carries a lot of weight.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Sé que sí van a hacer la carta, pero también le sugiero a usted que haga una carta también al FBI, porque una carta de parte de usted es mucho más fuerte. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for
Madam
coming.
Mayor, I have a question and,
Yes, just
and
a
a
second.
comment.
Yeah.
Just one second.
Before you leave the podium,
Madam,
was there any response from the FBI yet on our letter requesting that they handle this?
Well, I can tell you that I do know that the U.S. Marshals have reached out to the family.
Okay.
I think that's what I could say at this point.
Because a nationwide search is appropriate in this
Yes.
case, especially since it's Union Station.
Yes.
And so that was my question. My comment is that we want the family to know that we are very sincere and we very much care about Alinka coming back to Carson.
El concejal dice que él está muy preocupado con los demás también de su hija y que sí debe de ser una búsqueda nacional, al nivel nacional.
So often we put out maybe a $25,000 reward to find information leading to the arrest and conviction of a perpetrator of a crime. But we want the family to know that I suggested $100,000 at the last council meeting because we want to shake loose the information that is out there that's needed by the detectives. And so
Thank you.
we are very, very concerned.
Thank you, Councilmember.
You're welcome.
Dice que lo regular piden $25,000 a un Paco para comenzar, pero él pidió que sea 100,000 porque él de veras quiere que alguien que sepa algo de esa información. Y es una recompensa de $100,000 a la información que llega a recibir a su hija, pero también arrestar y la convicción de la persona que la está deteniendo. Okay? Thank you.
Donata.
Madam Mayor.
Woman.
Yes. Thank you for the information. We skipped over Captain Jones, but he's here, so I
Yeah.
think he could follow up on some of the questions we were asking about that.
Yes,
Our captain here.
yes. Madam Mayor, that was one of the things I wanted to talk. She asked about it going out to other jurisdictions and other areas. Captain Jones, if he's here to come on up. I know the Sheriff's Department does have a division that deals with this specifically, and that they have the capabilities of putting this out to all of the areas that are under the LA County contracts, and it goes all over the place in regards to information for the capture and to the whereabouts of this young lady. So I'm very much upset behind this, and I'm so glad this council went ahead and did the $100,000 towards that. So my concern and statement would be, if you know something, say something, and making sure you get the information out so people can actually do something to get this girl back home.
Captain Jones.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Madam Mayor?
I'm good. I'm
Great,
good.
great. And Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, rest of the council members, how is everybody this evening?
We're doing
We're
great.
we're hanging in there.
So just to follow up a little bit on the missing person case where you guys are all discussing, yes, they are correct. Our detective has been in contact with the U.S. Marshal, so it is something that is being looked at it not only in just incarcerating our local area, but on a national, federal level. The actual U.S. Marshal are at my station today in our detective bureau, speaking with the detectives, and they're going over some notes and additional information. We also had a lead last week that we thought may be promising. The deputies went out to somewhere in L.A., did a search, handed out some additional flyers because some of the reach out and phone calls we got suggested there was a possible sighting out there, but unfortunately the search didn't lead to anything. But we're continuing to work with the marshals and some other of our partners out there. And as I mentioned last week, when we entered the information into the National Crime Information Center, it went out everywhere. So it's not only known to local law enforcement. Anyone who was to ever come across Alinka, or they have that information to know that she is missing. So that's where we stand right now. It's still an active investigation, and we're doing everything we can to make sure we work collectively with the family, with any person. We don't care who it is, to make sure we safely bring her back home.
Through the mayor to the captain, question for you. Is the fact that we are offering $100,000 for information to find Alinka out nationwide as well?
The reward has been displayed, and part of the reason, not only has it been publicized to everyone through our different social media links and different links, but this council also joined, and we all had the press conference to make sure that many of the media outlets put it out there. So I think it is known that there is a reward that's being attached to bringing her home safely if it's determined there's some type of criminal behavior to hold those people accountable.
Very good. Excellent. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else regarding that matter, or would you like me to continue with my report?
Captain, before you continue with your report, Mayor, I think it would be prudent of us to approve it instead of just
yes.
keep talking about it.
I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve the establishment of a $100,000 reward.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Please cast your vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It has been approved unanimously. You can continue now, Captain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just like my report, I have just a few updates of some of the activity that our deputies and our staff has been involved in since our last meeting. I think we all know street takeover, street racing across the entire nation seems to be one of those latest trends. On March 26th, we teamed up and partnered up with the California Highway Patrol Street Racing Enforcement Southern Division Task Force and Enforcement Unit, and we impounded 60 vehicles, issued 48 misdemeanor citations for reckless driving and spectating, arrested 2 felony assault and deadly weapon and child endangerment suspects, and we also made some arrests of those carrying unregistered concealed loaded handguns. And you know, this just shows, you know, sometimes people are like, oh, they're just out joyriding. No, that's a missile when you're speeding that fast, as well as you're driving that crazy, and a lot of times they're inebriated, and then as you can see, there's weapons out there. So it's not just some kids out there speeding in cars. Unfortunately, there are a lot of felons out there and people who are out there who may cause harm and danger. So we're happy with our SAO team was able to partner with the California Highway Patrol and impound those and hold those to show them that this is serious and they can't be out there tearing up our streets as well as causing harm to others from doing that dangerous street racing. A couple Fridays ago, our team, because we believe in hanging out and partnering with the community, we played a friendly city basketball game against the Park and Rec staff. I think they changed the date on purpose. We weren't supposed to play till April. It was a nice, fun, competitive game. I will give it to the city Park and Recs. They won the game. But we are looking for our rematch.
Okay.
But no, it was a great time. We were just thrilled on how many community members came out and cheered us all on, and it was just a great time for everybody. And the halftime entertainment was awesome also. So it was a good time, and we're looking forward to future events with the Park and Rec as well as other city folks. On the 29th, we attended the IAT Ramadan Interfaith Iftar Dinner, and it was a great time. It's always so welcoming when we're over there at the Institute of Tolerance Institute. They are so nice there, and it just shows how we all can come together, and everyone, no matter what our interests are, what our religion is, and everything, that we all have the same mindset and all, just to better our community around us and work together. So it was a great time. Saw some of our council members there, so we were glad to be there and be able to interact. And, you know, we had a blast at your State of the City, man. So we're thankful for having us there, and we ate well and had to talk with everyone. So thank you very much.
Well, be prepared for next year to have a stronger role, okay?
All righty.
I'm giving you a year's notice.
Thank you. I'll get everything prepared. This past weekend, the team participated. There's the annual Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup relay race. All law enforcement agencies all throughout the country, as well as even Canada, participate in it. It's a race that starts in Baker, California, and it ends inside the convention center in the Rio. And we have 20 different legs, and it's not fun, but I chose for some reason to run one of the legs. My leg was at 5 a.m. in the morning, 4.6 miles, but it was a good time. We all had a great time. Good to just the camaraderie, be around some other law enforcement, support them, encourage them, as well as just meet new people. So it was a good time. It was cold, but it was fun. So this Friday, you know, we have either Resurrection Sunday, Easter, whatever you want to call it, coming up this Sunday. And so we will be participating Friday in an Easter program at Dignity Health Sports Park. We're happy to support them, as well as have a booth there and be able to just to have another opportunity to interact with the community. Our Citizens Academy is still continuing. Tonight they're going to be going over some roles of detective division so people understand how we work in unison and work with the district attorney's office, how cases are presented and different things of that nature. We're going to be talking about cyber crimes, narcotics, explaining to them some of the repercussions, you know, the Prop 47 and different things that were voted on some years back. So the class is actually going as we speak. So that's going. As you know, this month is Autism Awareness Month. And our staff, they go through a lot of training to make sure we deal with those who may be on the autism spectrum in the right way. Some of the training is they go through is response, observe, assess, and react training. And then they also go through some situational training to make sure that they're serving those who are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder the correct way. The training covers, like I said, some interaction solutions. It covers communication. It covers different signs that those with autism may display, so that when the deputies get there, they're not thinking the person just is not being compliant, but they can really understand, hey, that may be either maybe a limitation or maybe a disability that they have, and we can properly address it in the right way. And I'm happy that this training, it provides the deputies the tools that they can use to be successful in having that communication, as well as de-escalating or serving that community who is impacted by autism. So we just wanted our community to know who may have family members, children, whoever with autism. If somehow you needed to call us to your home, we are aware and we will respond and try to address the situation appropriately. It is also Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I want to ensure our community out there to make sure they're aware of different resources to those who may be survivors, as well as help those provide safety tips to protect our community from becoming a victim of sexual assault. If there's anyone out there who is a survivor of sexual assault, you do not ever hesitate to give us a call. Obviously, please call us at either 911, or you can always call the station at 310-830-1123. You don't have any, you didn't do anything wrong. Please don't be embarrassed. We're here to support and encourage you if you ever find yourself in that type of situation. Just know that timely reporting, though, of these crimes is crucial. It helps in preserving evidence, and it also helps us to make sure that we bring those perpetrators responsible and hold them accountable for these type of crimes. In addition to calling us at the station, there's also the National Sexual Assault Hotline. That number is 1-800-656-4673. So once again, that's the National Sexual Assault Hotline at 1-800-656-4673. And then there's also the YWCA Greater Los Angeles Sexual Assault Crisis Services. And that phone number is 1-877-943-5778. That's 1-877-943-5778. That's all I have for my report tonight. I just thank you all, thank everyone, as well as our community, for the support that you give to the hardworking men here at Carson Sheriff Station. Are there any questions of me?
Thank you, Captain. I have one question. Who's here to accept the proclamation for recognized sexual assault awareness?
So I have one of my deputies that's going to be Deputy Jimmy Nguyen.
Okay.
Very thorough deputy. I'm so happy to see him accept and be recognized on this proclamation. He's one of our field deputies inside the field, and when he gets the calls and deals with sexual assault or anything along those lines, he takes it very serious. He's thorough in his investigation. He understands the importance of making that person feel comfortable and ensuring them that he's going to do everything he can to hold whoever may be responsible, but at the same time, make sure that they don't feel that they're just a number. He wants to make sure that they feel they have dignity and they are a person. So it'll be him.
It will be him. I'm going to ask my colleague, because I know you guys have to be back doing what you do. So we're going to come down and take a quick photo so you didn't have to wait through the entire, until I get to this item. If that's okay with my colleagues, we'll just go down and take a quick photo, and then we'll come back and resume the business. Assemblyman, you will be next. Okay, thank you. Quick photo. Councilman Deere, please read this. No, we have to be mindful of your time.
I don't think that was working yet. Oh, there we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, This is a part of our city council meeting where we do proclamations. I think we're going to give this one and then go back to the dais, and then we'll come back again for additional proclamations if you're here for those as well. So this is a proclamation recognizing the month of April as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. Whereas our nation must continue to confront rape and other forms of sexual violence as a deplorable crime. Too many victims suffered unaided. Too many offenders elude justice. And whereas despite reforms to our legal system, sexual violence remains pervasive and largely misunderstood, and nearly 1 in 6 American women will experience an attempted rape at some point in her life. And whereas sexual assault is considered to be one of the most underreported violent crimes in America, and criminal justice responses vary widely across our country. Whereas we must ensure our police, prosecutors, and court treat victims with the seriousness and respect they need and deserve, and we must do more to provide services that help victims recover from the trauma of sexual assault. And whereas sexual assault represents a sister or daughter, a nephew or a friend, or other relative, we must break the silence so no victim anguishes without resources or aid in their time of greatest need. And likewise, partner with cities across the nation as we work toward a common vision of a free world from the world free from the threat of sexual violence. Now, therefore, the mayor and city council members of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. We urge all citizens to work together to reduce the incidence of sexual assault and heal the lives that have already been devastated by this terrible crime. Support victims, prevent these crimes in our community. Dated the 4th day of April, 2023. And Deputy, you're going to receive this, and maybe you want to make a few comments about the work you do?
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you, sir. So we do respond to a bunch of sexual batteries of children, of just regular sexual batteries in general. Me personally, I like to just handle it from beginning to end. Hopefully we catch the guy, but more likely is just to be there for those victims.
Real serious photograph. Look at that camera. Can you smile?
Madam Mayor, if I may, just briefly, while Captain Jones, I know he has to leave, just wanted to honor him and his wife as they are Aztecs alumni from San Diego State University, even though they did not win the NCAA championship. He has some children that are attending the university as well, and so I know he's very proud of them. And so, you know, to have the first Cal State school to ever attend and participate in a Final Four, let alone a national championship for the country, I think they represent it well. So we just wanted to congratulate him and his family, who are Aztec alum. So just wanted to point that out.
All right. Thanks, Dave. I really appreciate it.
He had to get you on that one.
You got me. My Aztec flag is on my door in my office, though.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Captain.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
The next we have a legislative update from our Assemblyman, Mike Gibson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, to the City Council members, city staff, city attorney. It's always good for me to be back home. My mother said always, baby, never forget home and where you came from. And so certainly I remember and reflect back on my days on this city council for almost 10 years, and I'm humbled by the residents of the city of Carson for giving me the opportunity to represent them in 2005, but also represent them in the California State Assembly. And Madam Mayor, before I begin, let me simply say what a magnificent job. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be at the State of the State address, but I saw it virtually. And let me say that I have never seen in all my years something that exemplify a spirit of excellence. You have elevated this city to unparalleled heights, and I want to say that I'm very proud of the staff and the team, as well as the leaders up here, for doing a magnificent job and letting our future that is unlimited shine for the world to see. And so kudos to you and to the City Council for doing an outstanding job. That was a top opportunity for you to give yourselves a round of applause. And so I know you have a packed agenda, and you have a lot of people in the audience. Dale Huff told me to make it short. And so Dale Huff, I hear you, and she may come up and pull on my coattail, and that's okay, I'm used to it. But in the state, we started a legislative session, and we have hit the ground running. And let me simply say that 3 pillars that I have been focused on since I've been elected certainly have been public safety, collaboration with law enforcement, economic development, and also elevating community concerns has been my mission since I've been in the California State Legislature. What I'm afraid of, people ask me, what keeps you up at night? And what keeps me up at night is a knock at the door. The knock at the door from law enforcement telling some mother, some father that their son or daughter is missing. Or someone who just lost their lives due to gun violence right here in this state. And so I will never digress from leading in this state on sensible gun control, gun legislation. I will not digress, because I want to make sure that at the end of the day, the mothers and fathers, babies, sons and daughters come home at the end of the day. And so we will continue to elevate this message around public safety in the state of California. Many of you know that my district has changed. It used to have all of the city of Carson, our city treasurer. Now it's been reformed. 32% of my district is brand new. We know that it went into effect in January. So I still represent Watts Willowbrook, where I was born and raised. And I'm happy to say that I still have Carson, although I share with my colleague Josh Lowenthal, who comes from a lineage of great leaders, drum majors for justice, father who served in the United States Congress, mother who served in the California State Assembly, and also on the City Council in Long Beach. But I also still have Compton. I still represent Wilmington. I represent all of North Long Beach, not half of North Long Beach, but all of North Long Beach, Harbor City, Harbor Gateway, North and South Wilmington, and also San Pedro. So I represent 500,000 people in my new 65th Assembly District. And I am grateful, one, that 32% of the people who did not know who I was took a chance on something that I've said or done that resonated with them, that to vote for me to represent them in this district. And I'm indeed grateful. Overwhelmingly, the people voted for me, and I'm here to serve. And many of you know that the mayor has been in my ear to bring resources home to the city of Carson, where I live. Raised my family and grandchildren right here in the city of Carson. Won't go anywhere else. And I continue to do that. Brought millions and millions of dollars since I've been elected. But this year is a little bit different. The state of California is dealing with, Councilwoman Rojas is dealing with a $24 to $38 billion, and I said billion with a B, $billion budget deficit. But we are absolutely committed to making sure that, Councilman Hicks, that we are absolutely making sure that we keep essential services alive and well. We're not cutting any existing services, no public safety, no education. We're going to stay the road. Even though we have a $60 billion reserve, it's a rainy day fund, we want to make sure that no services are cut in the state of California or diminished. And so the legislature, as well as the governor, is committed towards that end. And so I'm committed towards that end, as well as the Assembly Democratic Caucus chair. And some of the committees that I still serve on, and I'm very grateful to Speaker Anthony Rendon has reappointed me to serve as the Assembly Democratic Caucus chair. And when he leaves June 30th, possibly me leaving as well, that particular position, I will have served as the longest serving Democratic Caucus chair under term limits in California's history. And so I'm grateful for his confidence and also his leadership to serve 62 Democrats that controls the California state legislature. And that also is true that because of the work that I've done and my work as a Democratic Caucus chair, we've also have a Democratic controlled state Senate. So California is a blue state, and we are unapologetic for that because we're not like Florida, we're not like Texas, we're not like Tennessee and some other states. California leads the way. What we do in California, other states follow, and we're proud of that. And I, as a Democratic Caucus chair, I sit also on the Governmental Organization Committee. We call the GO Committee. I sit on Insurance Committee, the Business Professional. We oversee all business professional license in the state of California. I also serve on the Transportation Committee. Also, the Speaker appointed me again to chair the Select Committee on Police Reform. Many of you know I served as a police officer, the first and last African-American police officer in the history of the Maywood Police Department. And so he appointed me to serve as a Select Committee. We've passed 18 pieces of legislation. I want to say reimagining what law enforcement looks like, and I'm sorry, sheriffs, but reimagining what law enforcement looks like in the state of California, to making sure we have transparency and accountability in law enforcement. And again, I, as a former police officer, take this very seriously. We want to make sure that everyone, community as well as law enforcement, respect each other and help move California forward. And I'm happy to say that, when George Floyd died, we acted very quickly by passing a ban on chokeholds and carotid artery restraints in the state of California. We made sure that that technique is not being used. And so the Speaker also appointed me to chair the Select Committee on Ports and Goods Movement. So I chair all 11 ports in the state of California, and we will be having hearings throughout the state of California, and we will be touring all 11 ports in the state to making sure that our ports continue to be the most energetic but also high-producing port. California's ports, Long Beach and Los Angeles, if it stops, there will be no goods movement in the United States of America. And so we want to make sure that our ports has everything that they need to continue the goods movement all up and down this country. Also, I sit on, as a Select Committee, the California Mexican Binational Affairs, also the Select Committee on the status of boys and men of color, domestic violence. I sit on that committee, the LA County Homeless and also Public Safety, nonprofit and profit Select Committee, the State Parks, and also Social Determinants of Health, and also Restorative Justice Committee. And so again, it's just an opportunity for you to know that you sent me to Sacramento to do a work, and I'm doing that work that you sent me to Sacramento. Real quickly, a few bills that I'm championing. The governor called on December 5th a special session, which we came back early. And within that time, I can introduce bills. So I introduced three bills, and then I introduced 23 bills in the regular session. So I'm carrying 28 bills that focus on what the residents and the voters of the state, my district in the 65th Assembly District, has asked me to focus on. Police reform. We're banning excited delirium when people die and when people are in custody. And on a death certificate saying that you died of excited delirium. And so this has not been supported it has been debunked by the Health World Organization. the California Medical Association, and also the American Psychiatric Association. This doesn't exist, but a lot of medical examiners' offices, not only in California, but across the country, when people die in the hands of law enforcement, they put on your death certificate that you died of excited delirium. I'm asking people don't get excited tonight, because we don't want you to die of excited delirium. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, so why should that be a cause of death when it doesn't exist? And so we are making it's prohibited in the state of California, and we have other states that's lining up once it passed California to follow California as well. Many of you know, and that bill is 360. Many of you remember the wood shop, metal shop, and when they took that out of our school system, that's when Loyola and Berkeley chronicled a study to show the prison pipelining opening up, because we took that out of our schools, which means that we wanted every child to go to a 2-year college or to go to a 4-year college, but that's not in people's will. And so we still have a responsibility to make sure that we train our children so they can become plumbers and construction trades. So we're going to mandate all schools in California reintroduce the shops from middle school and high school again in California. And I'm going to end on this note. We have a nursing shortage, but we are bringing nurses in from other countries. We are bringing traveling nurses in from other states, but we have a 2- and 3-year waiting list for our own children. Mayor Lula Davis Holmes, you said that how can I feed my neighbor's kids when my own kids are going hungry? And I never forget you saying that. And so we're going to take care of our own children first. And we're going to make sure that our children who wants to go to nursing school don't have to wait on a waiting list for 2 and 3 years, that they can become nurses right here and right now in California. And so there is a lot of stuff, but I'm going to conclude my remarks to simply say that we're having an autism run walk. It started here when I was on the Carson City Council. It will take place this coming Saturday at the Wilmington Waterfront Park at 8 a.m. Where we bring a few hundred people together to uplift those who are living and dealing with autism in our community. So we invite the residents, and also we have a summer event for our young girls in leadership at a leadership conference called Blush. And it stands for Building Leaders and Uplifting Sisterhood. And so we want to focus on young girls in our community to let them know they are somebody and they can do everything and anything they want to do. And so my office stands really willing and able to do any heavy lifting. Please don't hesitate to reach out to my office, area code 310-324-6408. And I'll stand here to answer any questions because I'm tired.
That was a mouthful. Well, thank you to our assemblyman. To my colleagues here, thank you. Very good.
You're welcome.
Thank you for taking care of our nurses here at home and our ladies, because we can, ladies that's in the audience, do anything. Right, Councilwoman?
Yeah, amen. Thank you. I'm excited.
Are there any comments from my colleague, Councilwoman?
I just want to say thank you and amen to all of that.
Thank you.
Love the energy. Thank you for all your support.
We believe in this work.
MPT.
Oh, that was just wanted to say thank you. You do have so much energy, and you do represent one of the greatest fraternities in the world. Kappa Alpha Psi, we achieve in every field of human endeavor, so we're expecting you to achieve in Sacramento. So you're doing a yeoman's job. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you and your leadership.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Assemblyman Gibson, when you talked about that program for carpenters and electricians, that is very much needed. I've always been a champion of saying every person is not college material.
That's right.
And that you need to make it available for everyone, because all of us need a carpenter, plumber, electrician at some point in time in their lives. And it's becoming almost extinct to some degree because it's a craft and that you need to learn that craft. So I'm just glad that that's going to be a part of your process of making sure we get that back into these schools.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Councilman Deere.
Someone, Gibson, Mike, thanks for being here. Great report. I want to particularly compliment you on your legislation to bring shop classes back. And woodshop was one of my favorite classes of all time, and it was those days was junior high school and high school. And I know that the education experts, the self-appointed experts, say, "Oh, well, we should get rid of the shops." That was a big mistake. I knew people who stayed in school because they had auto shop, because they had various shops that they could participate in. And as a young man, I did a foreign exchange program in Germany. And in Germany, about ninth grade, the students are all asked, do you want to go to a technical high school, or do you want to go to a academic-only high school where you're really going on to a university from that high school automatically? And, you know, if you go to a technical high school, when you graduate, you already have a skill that you can market. And I think this idea of yours is really hitting the target. It's very good. It's very important. And the education people are saying, why is there a big dropout rate in school? Well, because some kids are not interested in other things other than shop. They'll go to the academic classes. They'll get their history, their math, their science, their English. But they really love the shop classes, so that's a great idea. The other thing I'd like to ask you, I'm going to switch gears a little bit, is at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about a huge deficit, a multi-billion-dollar deficit in the state of California. And you know, you were a council member here when we lost the redevelopment agencies, right? And there was a huge deficit at the time. I believe the state legislature and the governor used that shutting down of the redevelopment agencies, which, by the way, as you know, Carson, we did it the right way, and it was very beneficial to our community. They shut that down, and they took that money. So then they spent some years with a big surplus of money. But now you're telling us there's a huge deficit again. Even though there's a $60 billion reserve, there's still a deficit in the structural budget of the state. So my question is, what's your assessment? Why did that happen? And the second part of the question, if you would, is what do you suggest be done to fix that problem while you're still in the legislature?
Well, one, thank you very much for the question. One, we removed or moved back people's filing for income tax. And so we passed our budget. We have to pass a budget by June 30th. Mm-hmm. And we won't see the residuals of people actually paying their income tax until the 1st of July. Mm-hmm. And so that's what the LAO analyst who oversees our finances is projecting. And then also the economy. And the stock market has a direct hit to our general fund. Mm-hmm. We are very conservative. Yes, we had a very robust budget the past 2 years, and that's why I was able to give the city of Carson money, and I'm glad to do so. But moving forward, I certainly believe we will pass a balanced budget without cutting any vital service or any services moving forward. But the next 2 years, we're going to also making sure that, one, we continue to put money away because of all the storms we've been having, the flood. We're going to have to dip into some of those reserves in order to help the people who are desperately needing help, those who are dealing with wildfires. We've had tornadoes and also, record-breaking rainstorms and all that. So the legislature is looking at all of that, one, in this year's budget to figure out how much money we actually dip into our savings, which is, I want to make people aware that it's for an emergency, it's our reserves. Moving forward, I think that we'll look at how do we continue to, one, tighten up our belt and be very fiscally responsible moving forward based on what's happening this year. But our economy has to get better as well.
I see. One follow-up question to that answer. What's your assessment of the chances of a new type of redevelopment agency program dealing with brownfields and landfills, environmentally focused only?
One, I always use Carson as doing it the right way, and other cities did it the wrong way. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to bring back redevelopment for 10 years, and only for those cities who was doing it the right way can actually receive the money. And so that was met with great opposition. Mm-hmm. But there are members of the legislature who are looking at trying to hammer out some kind of form of redevelopment because we need it.
Right.
Cities who've been doing it the right way, we need that, and hopefully that is someone will bring a bill that we can embrace and move it forward. Those bills were stopped or held in appropriation, but I believe that there's a time right now that we can all coalesce and also champion around something that's sensible to make sense. We have to address CEQA, which CEQA is a big issue. As well moving forward. So we have to look at how to reform CEQA at the same time bringing back redevelopment agency in some shape, form, or fashion back to the cities in order for them to survive dealing with blight. Carson did it the right way, and I always elevate Carson and the leadership of Carson for showing how we did it right with the resources we have.
For decades, yes.
I was opposing it when I was on the city council. They did it before I got to the legislature, because if it was still there, I would have voted against it and tried to lobby against it. So we hope that we will be bringing it back in some shape, form, or fashion.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And Madam Mayor, thank you very much. We really appreciate this opportunity, and certainly don't hesitate, each and every one of you, to reach out to my office. We believe in career tech, in our children coming back, having those skill sets so that they can go on and do great things. And it's this bill and the legislation, each one of you should have a legislative packet, about 28 pieces of legislation. We invite you to pass resolutions supporting it or even opposing it. And I'm fine with you opposing some legislation, because I don't get it right all the time. But the main thing is that we have a partnership. We have a relationship, and I hold very dear to that relationship. So thank you very much.
Mr. Assemblyman, and when you're addressing bringing back redevelopment, we have a housing crisis, so that should be up front. And when you're trying to get this redevelopment back. And then I also want to encourage you to go to visit the Carson Global Business Academy that's at Carson High School. Remember when we started, I did, in 2007. It's just to address what you're saying, because that academy was able to take young men and women that were failing in high school and gave them a sense of, I belong. And from the time I started in 2007 with your support, you should see how that school and has changed the lives of so many of our Carson residents, because they never knew about jobs in the ports and the trades, and they felt that, what do I do after I graduate? So I've been pushing that. I'm so pleased that you're pushing it, because everyone thought that what is she talking about? When I go to the beauty shop, ladies, beautician, I spend $100+ Okay? It's the truth.
Yeah.
Some people with degrees don't make that. And she's on my head about an hour and a half, shampooed, somebody else shampoos it. And each time a plumber comes to my house, the first thing he tells me is $75 an hour. So the trades are very, 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 very important.
Absolutely.
And so I want to commend you for championing this. And keep it up, and know that you have definitely my support, because I've been talking to all the politicians that I know from LAUSD on, and the superintendent allowed the Carson Global Business Academy to go into Carson High School. It's at Banning also, but it's a wonderful program.
It is.
For our young people. Wonderful. It's still going on today.
Yep. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much for coming out and giving us that presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation by Ray Lawson. Ray, you here? Someone else is here? You guys came in numbers.
Yes. So as you can see, I'm not Ray Lawson.
No, you're not.
My name is Jorge Quintero, and I'm a special representative for the Southwest Mountain Regional Regional Council of Carpenters. And so thank you for having us, Mayor Pro Tem, team members, City Council, staff, public.
Madam Mayor, could you let my brother know that he has 5 minutes, because he's got at least 5 people or more that he's speaking for. Instead of the limited to 3 minutes, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So
I didn't say that.
Okay,
you
perfect.
You have 3 minutes, and who else is going to speak?
So we got 2 brothers, brother, James Matthew, and a sister, Cristina Reyes.
Okay.
We have a prepared statement.
Okay, 3 minutes to each one of you.
Okay.
And then it's just 3 of you?
That's it.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk to you guys tonight. We're just here to talk to you guys and bring you awareness of the tax fraud days of action that's coming up. So I'm going to start my presentation here. It is estimated that construction tax fraud is responsible for cheating communities out of $8.4 billion in tax revenues each year. That's billions of dollars in lost revenue that could be used for building and renovating schools, repairing roads, caring for veterans, sheltering homeless, and funding other essential public programs. The prevalence of construction industry tax fraud has reached crisis levels and must be stopped. So this April 10th through the 18th, Local 562 of Long Beach, California, Local 323 of Carson, California, and the United States and the United Brotherhoods of Carpenters are taking part in the National Tax Fraud Days of Action. This is a week-long series of events to raise awareness about the construction industry tax fraud situation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a minute and a half. That was quick, too. You have a minute and 53 seconds to go.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
council members, thank you. So I'm gonna go off script too. So the tax fraud days of action grew out of widespread outrage about construction industry tax fraud, a range of practices where employers use criminal practices to walk away from tax responsibilities. These developers and contractors intentionally misclassify workers as independent contractors, pay workers in cash, and exploit vulnerable workers. As a result, these businesses have a criminal advantage to no law-abiding contractor can compete with. These practices are a business model that is found hand in hand with human trafficking and forces the victims to live in an underground economy. You cannot rent an apartment or buy a vehicle without proof of income. Thank you.
Thank you.
So living under this financial servitude destroys workers' lives, opportunities, and the future. The exploitation of workers also defrauds communities out of much-needed tax revenue that fund your fire departments, schools, libraries, health services, and road maintenance, all while increasing the developers' and contractors' profits. And now, as communities are facing a budget shortfalls due to lost tax revenues due to rising inflation, it is more important than ever to bring accountability to these criminal actors, employers who are stealing from the residents of Carson and the surrounding areas, and also stealing of their justice for the exploited workers. So I want to thank you guys for allowing us to speak and bring this important issue to you guys, make the city of Carson aware of tax fraud. Brother Ray Lawson sends regards. Major Davis Holmes, we are setting up a tour of our facility here in beautiful city of Carson. As you can see, we have many members here from local 562 and 323, members of participants of the Brothers Keepers program and the sisters from the Boots program. Here, housed in the local 323, City of Carson. So, extending an invitation to all of you as well. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a minute and 37 seconds. Come on, now. You have another minute. Where's the baby? Let him come. Go get the baby. A future. Go get the baby. Let him say hello. Let's give the baby a round of applause.
He's a little shy.
He's a little shy.
Yeah.
I see you out there. I think our Mayor Pro Tem had a comment that he'd like to make.
Yes, I want to thank the Carpenters for coming tonight. I did also speak with Ray Lawson, and he's entitled to a day off. I just wanted to share with the city of Carson that Local 323 has opened up a new facility here in the city of Carson at 1010 Sand Hill, and they invested $40 million into that building, which will house workers who are coming home from long vacations. We all have family members who've come home from long vacations, and they're helping people get back on their feet through these programs. My Brother's Keeper and the women are doing the Boots program. So if you have a young person or an older person who may be in need of work, who may be in need of a livable wage, who may be in need of making 6 figures and don't have a college degree, the Carpenters are right in our community, and they are supporting us. We have Ray Lawson, Wesley Crump. We have all of these representatives here to help people get back on their feet who are coming home or who just want an opportunity. For those people who went to college. When I went to college, I didn't know anything about the trades. Had I known about the trades, I probably wouldn't have so much student loan debt. So I'm encouraged when I walk the facility to see how much you guys have invested in the community, and those people, My Brother's Keeper, those gentlemen who are coming back home, and the Boots program for the ladies who are there building. You're looking at our next builders here. Carson is, as the mayor in her wonderful presentation that people are raving about, we're on the cusp of putting at least $8 billion worth of infrastructure in District 1 alone. I'm super excited about it, in the mighty D1. And those are PLAs, so we have project labor agreements on all those infrastructures that will be coming down. So we're going to be looking forward to see more and more of each and every one of you to have the opportunity to work and build our community. Carson, the future is really unlimited. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Tell Ray we will be putting a resolution on the agenda, and I'd like you all to come back because it addresses PLA, project labor agreements, and how this city stands for it. So it probably won't be until May 1st, but I'd like you to come back, a few of you to come back as we do that resolution. And I know I'm scheduled to tour the facility. I've been asked to come out, so I will be there. And thank you to all of you for what you do and what you're going to do in the future. We're looking for great things from you, okay? It doesn't always take a college education to get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor,
Madam Mayor.
go ahead, Councilwoman.
Carpenters, who are we? Carpenters. Who are we? Carpenters. All right.
Madam Mayor, I also want
Councilman.
to thank the brothers and sisters. My union brothers and sisters represent community wealth, and that is what the future of Carson and other cities in the United States are going to be able to stand on for the future. So I want to thank all you for taking your time out. You probably worked hard today, and being here tonight is just additional time you're spending. And I know you're not doing it just for yourself. You're doing it for all union workers, all brothers and sisters that work for, wanting the benefits, the wages, the working conditions that they deserve. So thank you, and say hi to Ray for me as well. Thank you. All right.
Councilman Hicks. Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is going to be for those that are at home that are watching this at home. Is there a number that they can contact you guys by, that they can get in contact with you by? Because I know they're at home and they're saying, how do I get in contact with the Carpenters? How do I get involved with them? What is that number? Does anybody have that number?
So I don't have the number to the Boots and Brothers Keepers, but I'll give my number out.
Or maybe instead of you giving your number out, maybe we do they contact the city.
They have it on social media on their pages.
Okay.
The local 323, they have their own page. They have a flyer with a QR code on there that you can scan. Also the Boots.
Also, Local 562 as well, and then the Southwest Mountain State Regional Council of Carpenters. I know it's kind of long, but we have our own page, so Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters.
I just wanted to make sure the residents that are out there watching this, because they're going to be saying, well, I'm excited, I want to get involved, so at least letting them know where they can look to actually get the information to become this great carpenter in his city.
Correct, and then they could just visit any local, and there's representatives will help out.
Perfect.
Could you guys stay there for a few moments, a few of you, so we can do a quick photo op as we do the next with the
Sure.
with the signs?
Let's do it.
You were here. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, we'll be down because we have presentations to present. So stand right there.
So actually, we got the number.
Oh, I was gonna
So
say-
it's. I'm guessing it's 562. So 562-695-975.
Here's a number I just got off the website. It's 323-335-7323. 323-335-7323, and their office hours is from 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
Closed on Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, Elizabeth, our photographer, do you want to take it from up here if we go down there? Yeah. Okay.
We take it from the opposite direction?
Okay.
You support these guys? Yeah?
Get this way. Okay, Madam.
How's that?
Looks good. You guys can just fill in over there. Get in where you can.
You're elected officials. I know you support the club. All right.
Okay, ready? All right, right here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. This way a little bit more. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, beautiful.
Oh, hey, there we go. One more, like this.
One more with the fist.
One more. Go ahead and stand on it. We don't mind.
Okay, ready? With the fist. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. One more. Okay, big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Excellent, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Testing. Kevin. Praise him. Praise him. Testing.
Hello, testing. Councilman Hilton, MPT, you have your, where are you? Next, we'll have a proclamation presented by Councilman Hicks, Alcohol Awareness Month.
The pink one ain't good.
Hello.
the month of April, we're actually recognizing April as Alcohol Awareness Month. Whereas alcohol awareness is the most commonly used addictive substance in the United States, and whereas 100,000 persons die each year from alcohol-related causes, drinking and driving crashes, other accidents, falls, fires, alcohol-related homicides, and suicides. Whereas alcohol is a primary factor in the 4 leading causes of death of young people ages 10 to 21, and whereas 8 out of 9 local Carson teens can get alcohol at home, and whereas 9 out of 10 local Carson teens have access to alcohol while adults are at home, whereas 6.8% of the violent crimes committed in Carson is related to alcohol, and whereas 7.9% of the loss of life related to Carson is also related to alcohol. Whereas alcohol is commonly accessed and used by minors below the age of 21 in the South Bay area, and whereas youth in the South Bay area identify getting most of their alcohol in parties or private settings. Whereas underage drinking is a major issue that negatively affects youth and families in the South Bay area. Now, therefore, the Mayor and the City Council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim April as Alcohol Awareness Month and encourages all citizens, parents, families, businesses, schools, churches, and other agencies to support efforts to increase community alcohol abuse awareness and reduce underage drinking. Youth access to alcohol and adult hosting parties for underage drinking, and together, through these efforts, we can provide help and hope for individuals, youth, and families in our community who are facing challenges with alcohol use, abuse, and alcoholism. Dated today, the 4th day of April, 2023, and signed by the entire City Council. And who is here to accept this is from Alcohol Awareness is Florina, that's here.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Florina Ravundra. I am the Prevention Outreach Specialist at Behavioral Health Services. I would like to thank you all for inviting us over here to accept this award in behalf of Alcohol Awareness Month. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
That's okay. Take your time, take a breath.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. A special thank you to Council Member Cedric Hicks for acknowledging our agency and its efforts in supporting the community by educating the community members on the harms and dangers of drugs, of different substances such as drugs and alcohol. So we are making an effort into going into our communities and giving out to our local liquor stores, where we'll be giving them stickers where they are basically committing to us that they will not be selling to those under the age of 21. So those who accepted. So far, we've been having a lot of acceptance, but right now we're targeting Torrance and Lomita, but we are still looking to expand to more cities. Thank you. Yes, of course, Carson. We got you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation by a councilwoman.
Yes. The pink one? Okay. All right. We got a special pink. Okay. So a proclamation and recognition of April as National Autism Acceptance Month. Whereas Autism Acceptance Month, previously named Autism Awareness Month in April, aims to celebrate and promote acceptance for the condition that occurs in 1 in every 54 children as of 2020 in the United States. And whereas autism, a complex developmental condition affecting the patient's ability to interact, communicate, and progress, has not one but many subtypes. First, held in the year 1972 by the Autism Society, Autism Acceptance Month emphasizes the need for public awareness to promote acceptance, celebrate the differences, and be more inclusive towards autistic individuals around us. And whereas every April, the Autism Society works to build an inclusive community where individuals with autism are embraced and supported to achieve the highest quality of life possible. Whereas the Autism Autism Society was founded in 1965 by Bernard Rimland. It is driven by the fact that autism is the fastest growing developmental disability in the world. The Autism Society hosted of its first nationwide efforts of an awareness campaign called National Autistic Children's Week in 1972, which subsequently evolved into the Autism Awareness Month earmarked in April. And whereas in 2021, Autism Awareness Month was renamed Autism Acceptance Month to foster acceptance and ignite changes. The Autism Society deeply understands the need to foster awareness, I said that already, and ignite change, and a healthier lifestyle through improved opportunities for people with autism. The organization caters to more than 600,000 people living under the autism onslaught, using tools like community partnerships with organizations, digital and print resources, along with events and referrals to spark empathy and inclusivity. And whereas, with the autism diagnosis rate increasing fast, we take these 30 days of April to celebrate the differences, learn about, and empower individuals with autism. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Carson do hereby join the nation in recognizing April 2023 as National Autism Acceptance Month as a symbol of our commitment to creating a culture of disability awareness and inclusion for all members of our community. It's dated this day of April 2023 by our mayor and city council on behalf of the community. So it's no wonder that this year's recipient for this proclamation is a educator and teacher for 26 years in the city of Carson. She she went to 232nd Elementary School, then to Stephen M. White, Carson High School, and Cal State Dominguez Hills. Yes, and her teaching began in 1997 and continues to this day, serving students in Carson Street School, Del Amo Elementary, Stephen M. White, and she is presently the LAUSD Business and Entrepreneurial Virtual Academy. In 2017, she was asked to open the first autism core classroom where students participated in rotating academy classes while engaging in social skills concurrently. While a cheer was memorable, she believes that this was the game changer of her career in education. While working with special needs, she is responsible for collaborating and planning with teachers, assessing students' educational needs, and ensuring their accommodations are in place to support their progress. Managing her caseload of individuals' education plans, that's IEPs, allows the schools, the parents, teachers to understand what the student needs to support their learning. She believes that having the opportunity to learn, grow, and celebrate life each day with her students has brought tremendous growth, meaningful learning, and enriching relationships. So she told me, I asked her what the most memorable time was when she was at a Starbucks and somebody behind her, she asked if they remembered her. And she did remember the guy, and his name is Jeremy Pagdalao. And that Jeremy is also has now teaches to children with autism as well. So not only is our recipient a teacher and educator, but she also empowers others to follow in her footsteps. So that's why it was important for me to choose her as our recipient. So She couldn't have been happier knowing that others are following in her footsteps. So her favorite quote is by Albert Einstein. It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy in creative expression and knowledge. So ladies and gentlemen in the community of Carson, Miss Sautawa Wilson. Thank you. I had to get all that out, so come on over here.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff, and the community that I love, Carson. Many of us have heard stories of educators and the inspiration that they've, bestowed on their children, and you hear all these great stories, but I'm here tonight to tell you that it's my students that inspired me. So to all my wonderful students, and I actually have a parent here tonight, thank you, just for loving our babies, okay? Because that's what it's about. They learn through love. So I just want to recognize my students that are out there. I want to say all their names, but I can't. But I want to just thank you for allowing me to speak into your life. And I just pray that as you continue to press on in your life, that you remember these words of Maya Angelou. I've learned, excuse me, I've learned that people forget what you've said. They forget what you did, but they never forget how you made them feel. Yeah. So God bless you all, and God bless the city of Carson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you invite your family up? She has a group of family members. Come on out.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so I have some family members here. Yeah, just a couple. This is actually just a couple. Yeah, this is a true Carson folks here. We love our city, and we just love.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come behind.
You're not the tallest.
The great work that you do. Thank you so much. I love it.
What's a personal?
Oh, she wants to.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Personal one. No, one more. Councilman Hilton, DMV donates life.
As a representative here for the DMV Donate Life. Oh, wonderful. Here's a proclamation recognizing the month of April as DMV Donate Life California Month. Whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and whereas more than 113,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 20 people die each day while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. Whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic and African American communities, and whereas more than 600,000 units of blood per year are needed to meet the need in California. At any given time, 6,000 patients are in need of volunteer marrow donors, and whereas a single individual donation of the heart, lung, liver, kidney, pancreas, and small intestines can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others, and a single blood donation can help 3 people in need And whereas millions of lives each year are saved and healed by donors, organs, tissues, marrows, and blood, and whereas the spirit of giving and decision to donate are not restricted by age or medical condition, and whereas over 15 million Californians have signed up with the state authorized Donate Life California donor registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. And California residents can sign up with Donate Life California donor registry when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards to California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now, therefore, the mayor and city council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim the month of April as DMV Donate a Life California month in the city of Carson, and encourages all our residents to check yes when applying for renewing their driver's license or their ID card by signing up at donatelifecalifornia.org or donevida.california.org, dated this 4th day of April 2023. And before I give this wonderful certificate to this wonderful lady, I just wanted to highlight, I read an article, it was just yesterday, a man was on dialysis and he jumped into an Uber, and the Uber driver asked him what was going on, and he said, man, I'm really struggling for a kidney. And the Uber driver said, you can have my kidney. And it was a divine connection that they had, and he gave him his kidney, and the kidney, he was a match, and it was successful. So he talked about how he felt like God had sent him that Uber. I don't know if you read that article, but it just jumped out to me. So that's amazing that we can keep life going with Donate Life. Let's receive Raquel.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for issuing this proclamation. My name is Raquel Gonzalez, and I'm a donor mom. On April 4th, 2008, 15 years ago today, my 19-year-old daughter, Brittany, was in a tragic car accident that ultimately took her life 5 days later. When obtaining her driver's license at the age of 16, she signed up to be a registered donor. Because of that decision, she was able to save 3 lives, and she enhanced the lives of over 50 others with her tissue. I'm proud of her decision to be a donor, and I encourage everyone to register at the DMV or online at donatelifecalifornia.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Today is what?
Her anniversary of 15 years.
Today is the anniversary. Perfect timing, and thank you for coming out to accept this award. This recognition is not an award, but we just want to say thank you, and we encourage others to do the same, because you don't know how many lives you can affect by donating your organs. So thank you so much. That concludes our presentations. We'll get back to the agenda. Mom is a hero.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, you put it there.
I'm back. Yes, we have oral communications for matters listed on the items that's on the agenda. Anyone that wishes to speak on an agendized item?
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
I received 3 public comments for
Okay.
agenda item number 6.
Number 6?
All of the other ones are that I received are for the public hearing, which is item number 27.
And how many items?
For item 27,
Yeah, yes.
13.
13? Item 13 is
No. 13 items for 13 comments for item 27, which is
item
the
number
public hearing.
27?
Yes. And then 3 for item number 6.
But they already spoke, right? Item number 6 was a presentation for Ray Lawson.
Oh, great. So there are none. 0, Madam Mayor.
There are none.
Thank you, MPT.
Item number 27. I'm going to jump to item number 27 because I know we have people here that want to speak on that item. So I'm going to move that item up. It is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
that is the general plan, correct?
yes. Item number 27 is.
Okay, I'm going to recuse myself for this item. I spoke with the city attorney's office today, and under abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself. So let me know when the item is over. I'll be in the back.
Thank you, Councilman.
27, the general plan.
That's the general plan. Item number 27, the general plan update. Yes. I'll have to open the public hearing. Item number 27 is a public hearing to consider resolution number 23062, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson approving and certifying the final environmental impact report, adopting the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, adopting the CEQA findings and statement of overriding consideration, and adopting general plan amendment number 11523, the City of Carson 2040 general plan update. Staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this particular presentation and update, we'll have our Community Development Director, Mr. Saeed Nasseh.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. City Council has held a number of public hearings on this item. The general plan document that's on the website has been updated with all the direction that we've received from the council to date. The resolution that's before you tonight has 2 revisions to that general plan documents that I will go through. And there's also an additional clarification that staff would like to make to the general plan document that I will go through tonight as well. So the first item that is in the resolution, it's in regards to the property on the northwest corner of Wilmington and University. There have been several standards and guidelines have been added to the Flex District specifically for this project. This property now allows residential. And in doing so, staff is going to require a master plan for this property to come forward before the Planning Commission and City Council. Any development in that parcel would also require a specific plan amendment, and that will become before the City Council as well. In requiring the master plan, what we're looking for is just separate the residential and industrial uses if residential is proposed there along with industrial. We're proposing to separate the access point to residential, for example, is only from would only be from University, and access to the industrial portion would be from Glen Curtis or Wilmington. We've also identified buffer zones between the proposed residential and the proposed and existing industrial. We're also making sure that the existing residential south side of University is protected if an industrial development is proposed. By orienting the buildings in the right manner. There'll be no dock hard dock high doors facing the existing or proposed residential, and all dock high doors that are in close proximity to residential will have screened walls to make sure that they're completely screened. Also, we have added a maximum density of 20 units per acre to this area only, to this parcel only, to ensure that it's a development that is compatible with the single-family dwellings to the south side of University. There are a number of other provisions, but these are the most important ones that I went through. The second item that's in the resolution has to do with non-conforming uses. Consistent with the council's direction, if this general plan causes any non-conforming uses, then council has directed staff through the zoning code to make sure that other non-conforming uses or other uses similar to the existing use can come back in and occupy that unit if the existing tenant moves out, if it is within 1 year. We thought there was a clarification needed for that because similar uses could be subjective. So we've changed the language to state that any uses that are currently allowed under the zoning code, either by right or conditionally. We believe this provides a little bit more clarification to staff and the property owners down the road. So this will be an item that will be part of the zoning code, but it's included in the resolution as direction to staff. The other clarification that's not in the resolution, so if the council agrees with that, it has to be part of the motion to be included in the resolution, is clarification on truck terminals in the flex district. Council direction was to ensure that these type of uses, including the truck terminals, are consistent with the existing code. Our existing code right now requires a conditional use permit for both light industrial and heavy industrial zones. Flex district is a little bit less intensive than those two zones, and we're requiring a conditional use permit as well for truck terminals in the flex district. So they're not. The general plan states that it's permitted, but in general plan language, permitted really doesn't mean it's permitted by right. That means that it's not prohibited. And the zoning code usually goes into the details of whether uses are permitted or conditionally permitted. But since this issue and the flex district was was subject to a great discussion, we thought that would be necessary to make that clarification. Truck terminals right now in the general plan states that they're permitted in the flex district, and it could be construed as permitted by right. So we're changing that to require a conditional use permit, so it's more restrictive, and that's consistent with council's direction to make these type of uses consistent with the existing zoning code. And existing zoning code requires a conditional use permit for this use, truck terminals, in the ML and in light industrial and heavy industrial uses zones.
Keep going.
That basically concludes staff's report. I'm here to answer any questions, and also the city attorney has a few comments about the comment letters.
Madam Mayor, so we received the letters really late in the game. This general plan was released a month ago now, maybe more than that. So with the little time we've had to look at this recent set of letters, I just want to note that for the record, because it seems that they were sent in ill faith and in an untimely fashion to sandbag the city. But I will go ahead and respond anyways. I want to make clear that our existing code categorically prohibits truck yards and cargo container storages in the ML manufacturing light zone. And so the analysis or the issues raised in the letter that there's going to be some sort of economic impact and there's a lot of technicalities are misinformed just based on that alone, that there's been an interpretation of our current existing code. Our existing code categorically prohibits truck yards and cargo containers in ML manufacturing light zones. So that's point one. Point two is that, and sorry, I have my notes that I'm going through. The analysis done is speculative. For VMT, the project did find that there was a significant impact for total VMT services population, which accounts for all land uses in the city. The impact analysis, and for the greenhouse GHG analysis, it also reflected all the vehicle types and the VMTs were provided, and there was a breakdown there. Now, not having had time to actually go through it in detail, but it seems like their arguments are on land use economic perspective issues that they're raising, and it's all very speculative. If the supply for industrial land use is constrained by rezoning of these properties, assuming there's a rezoning, which as I stated, there isn't, when and where that land use shifts in question, where that demand exists and other economic land use factors need to be analyzed. It seems speculative to conclude definitively that over the 20-year horizon of the general plan, there would not be a location in other areas such as Long Beach, LA, Wilmington, where the businesses could not relocate, right? Double negative, and have comparable VMTs in the region as a large and as the SCAG region. So even if the zoning interpretation was done correctly, there's some responses. I feel that it's important to clarify the record on these issues on our CEQA analysis. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council, you have any questions to ask on this?
I just want to be clear. So when we talked about the trucks and those uses won't be phased out like in the initial. We talked about those. At first, they wanted to phase them out totally, but we're going to adhere to state standards. Correct? I know that we're talking about this particular, area. But it's other areas that people were concerned about. I got this area, and I got that they would have to come in for a conditional use permit. But I understand that people way on the other side in the industrial areas who have those truck places, they are concerned about that. Those residents who are here who own truck yards and stuff like that, we're not taking over their existing truck yard. Am I correct?
That's correct. The previous council direction was to stay consistent with the existing zoning code for light industrial and heavy industrial areas. And the existing code does not allow truck yards and container yards in light industrial, but it does allow container storage and truck yards in the heavy industrial areas with some restrictions.
And then for those, the overlay of being housing on University and Central, they still have to go into their CCNRs or covenants and their restrictions.
Absolutely.
To let them know to make sure that they don't become a legal conforming use, correct?
Exactly, yeah. We have language in the resolution to that effect.
Just wanted to verify. Thank you.
Yes.
And for the size is 30,000 square feet. I didn't.
Yes, the size in the general plan before you is 30,000 square feet.
Thank you.
Maximum for the flex district.
Okay, Councilman Hicks, any questions?
My only question to the city attorney in regards to this late submission, is there anything that needs to be addressed, or you actually addressed all of the issues that were put before the city?
I just tried to address them. I'm reasonably confident that our position is correct and that the letters are not of legal importance. But one of them was 100 pages, and we did get it this morning. So, but we did go through it, and I have responded to it.
Okay, thank you.
It was actually 300 pages.
It was 300 pages, and you guys? Okay.
Public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. They just corrected it. 300 pages that we got to go through. Okay, no, you're good. Go ahead. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. Madam City Clerk, was it properly posted?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to the applicable law, including but not limited to proof of timely publication that was received by my office, the City Clerk's office. Posting requirements were met for the individuals and organizations, and the posting affidavits are on file in the City Clerk's office. We've received 9 or 6 plus 11 written communications for this particular item, Madam Mayor.
You have any that you need to read? Any?
Yes.
Okay.
We received 2 letter packets from Jackie Stewart, Community Coordinator of Del Amo Highlands Community Group, that contains over 406 signatures. And I can read the page of the letter, obviously, just the first page of the letter. And then all of the supporting documents were sent to your office, as well as all the members of council. Attention City Council office. Enclosed are the 328 signatures signed by Carson residents who are opposed to the proposed Prologis project located at the southwest corner of East Glen Curtis Street and Wilmington Avenue at the Dominguez Technology Center. The original petitions were submitted to the City Clerk's office on June 27, 2018. Please note the attached cover sheet dated June 27, 2018, submitted by me, addressing the actions that we had to pursue prior to the Prologis project team contracting our community to schedule their informational meeting at James Anderson Jr. Memorial Park. Should you have any additional questions regarding the proposed Prologis project, you may contact her. The contact information is included in the letter, and then the supporting signatures are also behind it as well. The other letter that had 96 signatures with it is a general plan proposal regarding warehouses. As Carson residents concerned about the growing number of warehouses in our city, we are submitting our proposal to be included in the City of Carson's general plan. We oppose the construction of any new warehouses in the City of Carson unless it is for the purpose of reconstruction of an existing warehouse where the property is causing blight in the city. Carson and the Wilmington areas currently have over 125 warehouses. Carson suffers from some of the highest rates of toxic emissions, traffic problems, and some of the worst pollution in the United States. Toxic releases in our city are caused by diesel trucks, regular trucks, railroad operations, and refineries, just to name a few. Studies show that there is an increased rate of respiratory disease and cancer risks to residents living in areas close to warehouses, distribution centers, and other freight corridors that allow heavy-duty vehicles. Our environment matters. The South Coast Air Quality Management District recently approved a landmark rule targeting trucks that serve existing and future logistics warehouses. The rule requires truck operators to change from diesel to electric-powered trucks, install solar panels, and use electric vans to deliver packages, among many clean energy options to obtain a zero-emission standard. We propose that the following be added to Carson's general plan in the warehouse section. Businesses that do not comply to the standards set forth by SCAQMD and are causing pollution must be fined. Warehouses being newly constructed to remote blight must be constructed near our freeways for quick access. Their trucks must not be allowed to traverse our residential community, be near our parks, homes, schools, or other people-sensitive areas. Businesses that are not in compliance must mitigate any known negative impacts on the health of Carson residents. The warehouse business must be required to contribute to the development and maintenance of open spaces throughout Carson through a fee structure based on square footage of the operational and number of trucks. If commerce and residents are to coexist, our environment must be protected. In the end, quality of life is what really matters. Madam Mayor, that concludes the, nope, it doesn't, sorry, just kidding. I was a little bit ahead of myself there. The next one, Madam Mayor, is from Hanson Bridget LLP. Prologis respectfully submits the following comments in the City of Carson to urge the city to make two critical revisions to the text of the 2040 General Plan. A growing chorus of stakeholders in the city have called attention to the fact that these updates are crucial to ensuring that the city does not displace logistics, warehousing, and distribution uses that function as the backbone of the city's economy. Number one, the city's proposed prohibition of truck yards, container yards, and container parking in light of industrial district is inconsistent with the council's instructions. Number two, the maximum size cap for warehouse in the flex district will create significant regulatory challenges and will displace existing logistics, warehouse, and distribution uses. If the city is unwilling to change the maximum size cap in the flex district, Prologis respectfully requests that the city add the following sentence to the text of the flex district description, which is, and I quote, existing trucking, warehouse, distribution, other related uses shall not be considered nonconformities in the flex district and may continue to operate. The conclusion is that the above referenced revisions to the 2040 General Plan will ensure that logistics, warehousing, and distribution uses can remain viable in the city. Prologis looks forward to working collaboratively with your office to address these issues. Again, that was from Senior Counsel of Ellis F. Raskin from Hanson Bridget LLP. They sent an additional letter that does not require to be read because it is duplicate more than likely. And there was 117 pages of additional supporting documents that was scanned to your office, Madam Mayor. Yes, you were right, Madam Senator. Just give me one moment. I just want to make sure that. Okay. The additional, I already acknowledged that we received a letter from Jacqueline Stewart. We received another letter from NAIOP SoCal from their government relations manager. Two, from NAIOP of SoCal, we received a letter from Ananda Markalanda, and this was in regards to the flex district designation in the general plan. We received another one from Hanson Bridget LLP. And that is it, Madam Mayor. And
You have some cards.
I'm sorry?
You have some speaker cards. Could I see them? Lauren Miles.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
And council members and Madam City Attorney. I'm Lauren Miles. I think you probably know that by now. Trustee of HEG Trust, a third-generation Carson stakeholder. I want to sincerely thank the Carson City Council, and in particular, Mayor Davis Holmes and Mayor Pro Tem Hilton, for connecting with all Carson stakeholders and directing the general plan in a positive direction where no one is left behind. All members of the Carson community will benefit from this decision, from homeowners, small business owners, and all stakeholders. I also wish to acknowledge Carson City Council's concerns and goal to reduce the impact of freight transportation within the city limits. I offer my time and expertise to coordinate with the City of Carson, the State of California, and the federal government to offer financial support programs to encourage rapid conversion to EV and alternative energy vehicles, to begin reducing emissions and creating a healthier environment here in Carson. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. DJ Orlano? DJ?
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council Member. My name is DJ Ariano. I'm Representative Prologis. Prologis owns and manages over 25 buildings in the city and has proudly been a business and property owner in Carson for over 30 years. I wanted to thank the city staff, commissioners, council members for their diligent work on the 2040 general plan. This plan does not happen overnight and is a culmination of years of meetings and outreach with the community. We especially appreciate the recent efforts by city staff and council to incorporate stakeholder feedback into the general plan. Prologis has submitted letters to the city staff, and we stand by our comments on those letters. Tonight, I would particularly like to emphasize a point regarding land use noted in the newly created Flex District. The limiting of warehouse size to 30,000 square feet in the Flex District is a primary concern. Any logistics facilities over 30,000 square feet will require burdensome permitting as well as community benefit agreement. Given current market conditions and economies of scale, we respectfully recommend small-scale warehouse and distribution facilities are permitted in the Flex District with a size limited to 75,000 square feet, with larger facilities requiring a development agreement. By shifting the maximum cap to 75,000 square feet, warehouse developments will have reduced operational costs for businesses, greater flexibility and scalability to meet business needs, and better utilization and efficiencies of resources. We'd also like to ask staff for clarification on the new residential component that was previously mentioned for the property in the northwest corner of Wilmington and University, and to clarify those boundaries for us as well. We thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to working with council and staff in the immediate future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose? I can't read the last name. Hi, Jose.
Good afternoon. My third grade teacher was always saying you need to learn to write, and I never did. Thank God for computers, otherwise no one would ever read anything of mine. My name is Jose Cornejo. I represent NAIOP, which is NAIOP, and it's the largest association of commercial industrial properties. It's the whole industry in general, from the owners to the developers to the architects to the engineers to the lawyers that work on these issues. We have some concerns about the plan, but we appreciate where it's come to this point in the process. One of the things that we want to make sure council members understand in this process and the commissioners is the economic impact that our industry has on Carson and the LA Basin. The commercial real estate industry is responsible for about $5.6 billion worth of wages in our region. It is really a huge amount of jobs that are maintained because of the work that the commercial real estate does. And we're talking from everything, yes, from the logistics workers to the janitors to the carpenters you had here today that build these places. And so when you move forward, we ask you to seriously think about those impacts and what it means when you eliminate job opportunities for people that live in the area. When you remove job opportunities locally, it means that people have to travel further. means that people are going to be in their cars, they're going to be in their cars driving longer distances, and they're going to be in their cars polluting longer. We yet don't have an EV system commercially and or for people that has the infrastructure in place to be able to handle some of the goals that people would like us to get there. We are 100% supportive of EVs in the sense that when the technology is available, we will be the adapters. Most of the people in the warehouse and logistics industry already use EVs or alternative fuels in in different manners. So as you all make your deliberations and discussions, we ask you to keep in mind that these actions will have consequences that at times may eliminate people's jobs and force them to drive further out. Leapfrog development is what's gotten us into getting way out to past Pomona, when anyone that's been around LA County used to know that if you got anywhere past East LA, there was just groves and dairy farms. That is no longer there. And it's that kind of development that has happened. So we ask you, as Carson looks to do this, to be smart about creating zoning that is healthy for the neighborhood, healthy for the economy, and healthy for the community in general. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Arnold Nagy?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and MPT and fellow councilmen and women. My name is Arnold Ng, and my job is a commercial real estate broker. And I've been here since February speaking on behalf of my client, Tom Donaldson, who owns a property on 18925 Anello Avenue in Carson. And the reason why I wanted to speak tonight was because I was listening very carefully to Saeed's comments, and I just wanted to clarify what I believe I heard him say, because Mr. Tom Donaldson's property is 1.8 acres, is on ML zone land, and previously it was MH zoned, and then it was down zoned to ML. And up until coming to tonight, I believed that ML was going to remain intact, but I believe I heard Saeed say that the non-conforming uses, which is what Mr. Donaldson's use is now, not because of his intention, because he was legally conforming when it was MH, but I believe that up until tonight he was able to continue that use without any problems, and provided that if he stopped operating within 1 year, there would be a similar use that would be permitted. But I believe I heard Saeed say that there's a subtle change, and the change would be to state that any use currently by right or conditionally permitted would be allowed. I'm not an attorney, and that seems like a seismic shift.
We changed, whatever we told you before, I'll let our city attorney explain it, because somewhere it's getting.
Am I
You're
off?
good.
I'm off base?
You're
Am
off
I?
base.
Uh,
Let me explain. I think your client's property, as you're stating, is already a non-conforming use.
Yes, correct.
So nothing in this general plan is changing that.
Okay.
So you're subject to the non-conformity of the existing zoning code.
Right.
And nothing's changing.
And the
basically. Your
existing
zoning
ambisect.
is remaining light industrial.
Okay.
But your non-conformity is not getting any better. It's not getting any worse.
Okay. Okay.
It's the same.
Yeah, it's the same. But then I believe I heard you say that that there's a change to say that if there was a change in use, it would be reverting to the language that states any use currently by right or conditionally permitted.
Correct. All the nonconformity issues that we've been discussing all along, it only refers to nonconformity uses that are created by this general plan.
Thank you. I'm going to sit down now.
Thank you for coming. You've been persistent. Thank you. Thank you. Lee.
On Anelo Avenue, and staff and council members and mayor, thank you for listening to a broken record. But I'm actually here to thank everybody on behalf of my client. As I understand, Anelo Avenue will remain light industrial, and same thing applies to. So I'm here only to thank everybody on behalf of my client. And just a quick thing, my client has been operating since 1974, paying taxes and employing a lot of people on his behalf. I thank everybody involved in approving the reversal of the rezoning for that specific street. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Roberto Anthony Barrera.
You guys, I'll be quick. Give me 1 second. Good evening, guys. This is my first time actually talking to members of, city council and all you guys. So I'll be quick, I promise. My name is Anthony. I'm here today to present a unique and innovative opportunity for the city to qualify for a $250,000 grant to develop cannabis retail in the city of Carson.
Is this on the general plan?
I don't.
No.
I don't think so.
We're on the general plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you. Jackie Stewart.
Wrong meeting.
You never can tell. That's a different plan.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I really want to refrain from what I was going to speak on in terms of what I've just heard, and I need more clarification.
That to you, speak to Diane, the city.
To Robert.
Yeah. No, she can speak to them. We've already explained it. We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it was mentioned about container trucks. Okay, are these, and this is suitable for heavy industrial?
Yes, basically.
And container storage on this property?
Not on this property, no.
Okay,
This
just
is
for the flex
referring-
district?
Yeah, we were referring to light industrial and heavy industrial zones. The property on northwest corner of Wilmington and University is a flex district. The flex district does not allow truck yards, does not allow container yards.
Okay. But it does have light and heavy industrial? Just light?
Yeah, it's light, and the buildings are maxed out at 30,000 square feet.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, I just want to say that I'm representing the Del Amo Highlands Community Group, and they are unanimously in support of passing of the solution.
Thank you.
And that's where we want to go.
For your signatures and your support.
You're
Thank
more than
you.
wel- Thank you.
Soriano. Magana Soriano. Is this SOC or RRO? Oh. SOC, I think SOC or RRO. So it's SOC or SOR? Is SOR or SOC? Is Socorro? Which one is it?
Good night, everyone.
Rancho Dominguez.
Okay. Vine a preguntar sobre qué día podemos conversar con ustedes sobre el mobile home zoning para protección de nuestras casas.
¿Quieres que les diga? Sí. She wants to know when we can add. We're from Rancho Dominguez Mobile Park, and we're grateful and thankful for you guys helping us out with the whole closure thing that went on not too long ago. I wasn't here, but she was here, and she wants to talk about the zoning, putting it on the agenda, and when we can, I guess, get a date for that.
So it's actually on tonight's agenda. So this general plan that we're talking about, this is the mechanism that will create the overlay that give in the general plan. We're saying that we're going to do the overlay zone for the mobile home parks. It's already been approved by the Planning Commission, and I believe right after the adoption of this general plan, we will be bringing the actual zoning change to the council on the 18th.
On the 18th?
Yes.
18th or the 1st, we'll notify you. 18th or the 1st, we will notify you. Okay? Or May 1st, the first meeting in May, at the latest.
The first week of May, you said the first?
The 18th is April, and what's the first meeting in May? The 2nd, May 2nd or 18th?
Okay.
Okay?
Otra pregunta.
She won't got one more question.
Mi representante número 1 quisiera saber. Hola, buenas noches. Quisiera saber si él nos puede atender de nuestro parque que está en muy malas condiciones. Las calles tienen hoyos de nuestra área, un tubo que saca el agua que casi se topa a las puertas de las casas porque no tiene la suficientemente fuerza para sacar el agua hasta afuera. Está en muy malas condiciones. Yo quisiera que si él podría ir a nuestro parque para que vieran las condiciones que estamos viviendo. No hemos dejado de pagar nuestras rentas, no hemos dejado de pagar nuestros biles, no hemos dejado nada de hacer lo que nos corresponde, pero los de ahí nos tienen en el olvido. No hacen por nosotros nada, ni arreglos, ni nada.
Okay, I guess she was directing this to you, Hilton, and she's talking about maybe if you have some time to come by the park. She wants somebody to take a look at the street. It got a lot of holes with all the water damage that happened. They have a pump that's not able to pump the water out, so it's getting.
KW will be in contact with her, but the fact that it's private property and you guys are in a mobile home park, you have to take that up with your HOA, but I'm here to serve in any way, in any capacity. We do handle public roads, but those are private property. And I believe because you guys were in conflict with the owners for a second, he was trying to do this. He probably was holding out on repairs, so maybe we can put his foot to the fire now.
And could you let her know that we will be sending out a letter to all of the residents, notifying them of the fact that they don't have to move. We'll be getting that letter. It'll come from MPT and myself.
And I've been waiting on that letter because I've been waiting for the appeal period for the lawsuit for the judgment to run. Because then if they appeal it, I want to notify the residents. So that's fine. And you should be contacting HCD on the street issues, Housing Community Department. If you want the phone number, I'm sure if you contact staff, they have it.
Non-agendized items. Okay, so that closes the public testimony and the public hearing is closed. Call for council deliberation. No one else. I didn't have any more cards. Council deliberation.
Madam Mayor, I want to commend the staff for going back and forth and making sure that the needs of every stakeholder, residents, business, every need was met. So I'm ready to waive further reading and adopt resolution number 23-062, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving and certifying the final environmental impact report, adopting, mitigating, monitoring, and reporting program, adopting the CEQA findings and statements of overriding considerations, and adopting General Plan Amendment number 115-23, the City of Carson 2014 General Plan Update.
With the, what do you want?
With the caveats and all the stuff that Saeed has mentioned to make sure that University and Wilmington has that great overlay.
Second.
You want to,
It's written.
It's
Okay,
already
That's
in there,
already
perfect.
in the resolution. The only thing that's being added is the truck terminals in the flex district. Instead of being permitted by right, it's a conditional use permit.
Okay.
with the amendment as stated by Saeed,
With the amendment stated by Saeed.
And second.
and second by Councilman Hicks. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved and properly second. Could you please cast your votes?
Madam Mayor, it's 4, so it's you, motion carries.
With the,
With one recusal,
okay.
motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff. You guys have been working around the clock. We addressed all the concerns of not only our business community, but also our residents. And it was a give and take on everyone's end. Saeed, I want to thank you personally for a job well done.
Mayor, may I take a minute to thank Ben Jones from my office too? Behind the scenes, he worked diligently, hours and hours would say, to get this done for months. And so he's not here, but he's been babysitting the general plan would say. So I wanted to thank him too. And Saeed, this
And
was.
Saeed and JR, you've had your fingers in it. Everyone's had their fingers in it, but we've been working on this general plan for 5 years. And to the mobile home park residents that are listening, as I stated earlier, April 18th or May 2nd, we will be bringing that mobile home park zoning overlay for approval. It will be an ordinance, so that will be coming. I know everyone has been, in the mobile home park has been waiting for it, and it's been conversation back and forth. But I do want to say that we put this in our charter, Mayor, myself, the former mayor, Councilman Hilton, and Councilman Hicks, and we knew it was going to happen. There's a process, and I'm going to give you some credit, Council. You were praying for us because I know you were very concerned about it and you brought it up, but there's a step-by-step, strategic process that I want to make sure that we implemented before we put the cart before the horse. And that's what this was about. And to the residents, it is going to happen. It's just that it has to be step by step, not because I want to, because I'm trying to get some whatever. So it's going to happen. We're going to, as we always have done, we're going to protect our mobile home park residents. That helps protect our housing stock for low-income housing here in the city of Carson. But I will never be bullied into putting something on an agenda just because someone says it. That's not the process. Step by step, strategic, and we are there. We're there, and it will be on the first meeting at the latest in May, God willing. So thank you, everyone. To the residents, thank you for coming out and listening to us and sitting with us this evening. We love our residents and we love our business community, so thank you. Councilman Deere, if you can hear me, you can come back. Yours is under oral communications, non-agendized items, okay? You will speak later. We're going to call for the approval of minutes from, what does it say? No, approval of the minutes from February 21st regular scheduled meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Councilwoman.
Item number 18 on the consent calendar. Councilman Hicks, you pulled that item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 18. I just want to bring to the residents that there is Assembly Bill 1538, which I'm glad this council has agreed to support. It is a bill to address our electricity bill in reduction of those who use clean energy. And I know that we're part of the CPA Clean Power Alliance, and I wanted to make sure that the residents understand that we're working on other ways to reduce our electricity bill by using Clean Power Alliance and also by dealing with this Assembly bill in support. Hopefully it gets passed and put into law, and that we will have cleaner energy and zero carbon capacity and resources through an online decreasing of our electricity rates here in the city of Carson. With that being said, I move staff recommendation and a
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Oh, cast your votes.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Item number 28 is consideration of only uncontested appointments to the city commissions, committees, and boards by the mayor and city council. Madam City Clerk, what do we need to do?
As we realized shortly after the last council meeting, Madam Mayor, everything had been properly noticed and notified to those serving on all commissions that they were to continue to serve despite the expiration listed on there. Everyone was notified, and any vacancies that were relevant at that time were also posted as well.
Okay. Did you get a resignation letter from Planning Commissioner Palmer?
Her first name start with an R.
Chris Palmer.
Christopher. Oh, yes.
You did.
Some time ago, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, and that was scanned to Ginger and
Okay.
Val as well.
On the Youth Commission, I don't have my list. Robert, do you have the Youth Commission list?
Madam Mayor, I don't have it on me. We did provide it, but I can make sure it's available.
Okay, I'm kind of with the sleep. Look at you. Do you have what?
I actually have somebody to appoint tonight.
Uncontested.
Uncontested.
I left my list at home.
And then we can go. I mean, we've battled with this general plan for the last 5 years. I think we should end on this great high note.
Yes.
So if you would like to come back and appoint commissioners the following week, that's fine. But I do want to appoint a Public Works Commission. His name is Daniel Wilson. He served on the Public Works Commission before. He is the Director of Construction for Watson Land. He's well qualified. He's filled out his application and sent it. So if I can get him as my uncontested, that will be great. And then if you'd like to call the memorial Germans, bring this thing to a close, I'll be excited.
Give me a second on that. No, I'm
Yes.
not prepared tonight. I was prepared. You guys threw me off. Councilman Hicks,
You got mine.
you got Councilman.
You have mine as well.
I need the youth commissions because I think it's important for us to start moving on that. You have anything? I can wait. I'll wait because I had them written down and I left it at home.
I think the mayor is just excited.
I'm excited.
Overjoyed.
Overjoyed.
Yes, that's
What else
that
am I?
is.
Ready to go home?
Ready to go home.
Oh, okay. So we will. Let's get this young man all communications for non-agendized items.
Oh, we got memorial Germans first, right, Madam Mayor?
I'm gonna go and let him.
Okay.
And then we'll pray.
Waiting patiently.
You know.
Good evening, esteemed members of Carson City Council. My name is Gilberto Anthony Barrera. I'm here today to present a unique and innovative opportunity for our city to qualify for a $250,000 grant for the development of cannabis retail businesses. By tapping into this funding opportunity, we can establish Carson as a leader in cannabis retail and attract tourism and generate tax revenue and foster economic growth with the first automated cannabis retail business in California, located in Carson. As you may be aware, our city's currently, facing budget reductions. I heard Ms. Rogers is actually having the same issues, which makes it more critical than ever to explore alternative revenue streams. It's called the Local Jurisdiction Retail Access Grant, and it's provided by the California Cannabis Control Board. It's designed to support Carson operations. Carson is well positioned to meet all eligibility requirements, and securing this grant will contribute significantly to our community's progress while offsetting some of the financial strain. Accessing these funds is straightforward, just requiring 3 documents to be filed. With your support, we can bring this innovative cannabis business to Carson and unlock many, many benefits. Additionally, the influx of tax revenue from the cannabis sales will provide our city with much needed funds for essential services, infrastructure improvements, and community programs as seen in other regions with legalized cannabis. This revenue can make a tangible difference in the lives of our residents and alleviate some of the pressure caused by recent budget cuts. Moreover, establishing a responsible cannabis retail presence in Carson supports the state's broader efforts to combat illicit market. Ensuring customers access to safe and regulated products, this in turn contributes to the improved public health outcomes and safer communities. In conclusion, guys, I'm confident that securing this $250,000 grant for the Local Jurisdiction Retail Access for Carson will bring numerous benefits, including increased tourism, tax revenue, and economic growth, while addressing some of our current budget challenges. I would be honored to present my detailed plan to show how we can transform Carson into a leading example of responsible, innovative cannabis retail in California. And the cutoff date for you guys to submit a plan is April 28th of this year, the end of this month. I would just plead if you guys just consider it and give us a shot.
Madam Mayor, I know that's not on the agenda, but I want you to clarify something, if you would, if you're complete with your presentation. Yes. Okay, sir. Sure. Okay. So where's the grant coming from? Is it private?
No, it's public funds from California.
The state grant.
Yeah, it's called they're from the California Cannabis Control Board is the one handing out the money. You guys are the ones that have to apply, and there's 2 requirements. One, Carson cannot have any a retail storefront, which we don't. The second one, we have to have a plan that says, hey, we're actually looking to bring some tax revenue for the city of Carson. That would be what I hope that you guys would like. Maybe in my next presentation, I would love to show you what I have as an idea to bring some extra revenue and growth for Carson, if you would be interested.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Oh, it's 3 minutes. Okay. Mr. City Manager, could you give him a copy of our state of the city address? Because evidently he doesn't know what we're doing. So my city manager.
Yes, I was going to say, the city charter does not permit retail cannabis in the city of Carson.
Yes.
It does not.
It does not.
It does not.
So what you would have to do, young man, is you'd have to get a petition
of
the people of the city of Carson to have a charter amendment.
Got it.
To change, to allow that type of business in the city. But we do have a grant writer, consultant, handles our grants. I'm sure you can pass on that information, but you're going to run into a roadblock. You might want to talk to the city attorney on any details.
So the charter and that state of the city, because I think you need to know what the city's doing right now.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for your time. And if you ever get a chance to consider it, it'd be great to bring different tax revenue to the city of Carson. And,
thank you.
Well, you can give the details as the city manager, and he could pass it on to the company. Okay.
We'll have. We have another speaker?
Deborah Williams.
Where is she? Is that Deborah? Hi, Deborah. I didn't recognize you. Put that hat on. What the hell? I sure. Hi, Deborah. How are you?
Hi, I'm okay. I don't know if this is the right place to bring this. I'm sorry to bring
Yes, it
this.
is.
Okay. Well, I'm having some police problems, and that there's been like at least about maybe 7 break-ins in my house, and I go to talk to the police about it, and they're not taking it seriously. One time I went there, I was on the phone with them, and they said, if somebody wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. And there is such a thing as attempted murder. That is actually a crime. So I don't know why that person is in the police department and not knowing that. My home and my car have been broken into at least 7 times. I'm like 5 days back at my house from being in a hotel for a month because I just fled. I didn't wait for the insurance company. I just said I gotta get out of here because it's just too dangerous. One time the police were called and the people were in my house, and they waited until they gathered enough police to go in, but then people had gone out the back door. So that happened one time while they were standing there. I don't, when I call them, they say they're gonna come, they don't come, and then they want to have an argument with me, or why are you calling us, and whatever. So I don't know if this is a proper place to come and talk about this, or if anything could be done, but maybe one of you could talk to them. So I don't know, maybe they would take you seriously, more seriously than me. I'm not a flaky person, I'm a licensed attorney in Louisiana, I'm a credentialed teacher here in California. I'm not a flaky person. This is really happening. I'm just saying I have some other people have believed in me and trusted me. So
This is the right place.
I don't know what to do.
We're going to have Robert Lennox because he's in charge. Robert Lennox is our assistant city manager. And do you have the dates and times when the police came out? Because they keep a log.
I don't have a log of it because really it's off-putting. I mean, I live by myself. It's like, I didn't know what to do. That's just why I just got out of the house. Somebody trying to kill you. It's like, why is somebody trying to kill me?
Robert Lennox will give you a call, and then we will speak to our Captain Jones, who was here earlier. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So he has all your information is on your speaker card, right? Okay. And thank you for bringing this to our attention. And there are, like I said, they keep logs there. So if you can give an approximate date or whatever,
Okay.
give them a little something to work with.
Okay.
Okay?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any more speaker cards?
There's not, Madam Mayor, that's all.
We're on memorial adjournments. Where's my agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can read the names that were provided to me this afternoon. Kenneth Brown, Wayne Spencer, Clark Stanton.
Thank you. That's anyone like to add?
Madam Mayor, no one to add, but just on behalf of the city employees and Mr. Clark Stanton, if the meeting could be adjourned with a moment of silence on behalf of Mr. Clark Stanton.
Yes. To my bishop and my MPT, and the one that knows how excited I am tonight.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Father, we pray that you bless all of these families who are bereaved tonight. We pray that you would give them strength and comfort. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
And we will adjourn in a moment of silence for our employee. What was his name? Clark Stanton? Stanton.
Clark Stanton. And Madam Mayor?
Well, let's do a moment of silence, please. First. Thank you. MPT. No, that was Hicks.
The other side.
The other side.
Just wanted to make mention that not to have this day go without it being stated. This is the not a good anniversary, but the day that Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated on April the 4th. on this day. So a day in history for the city of Carson, for the city or the entire nation as a whole.
Thank you for that update. Council members' request to add future agenda items.
Madam Mayor, I'm just happy to hear that we're going to hopefully, second meeting of this month, have the mobile home park zoning on as we planned, so that's good news. And then, of course, I think
Did
we
you hear
need
the first one? It'll be
agenda
the
amendment
second one
is
or
the
the
other one
first?
that I asked for. So you know what that is. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want to show this again. You know what this is. The date you came up with this bright idea.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, so
I know.
thank you.
It means that you're privileged. The next is comments from council members. Any comments?
I have an announcement.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On April the 29th, 2023, Self-Care Health Fair. It's time to take care of yourself health-wise. It's be at the Carson Event Center, 801 East Carson Street. It's from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m., including a mobile vaccination for immunization for children, blood pressure checks, diabetes, wellness, health and wellness, nutrition, other health screenings. So contact the event center at 310-835-0212, extension 1471. Again, this is on Saturday, April the 29th, Self-Care Health Fair. It's time to take care of your health.
Councilwoman Rojas, and then MPT.
Just a quick announcement. Councilman Hicks and I were in Washington, D.C. for the Congressional National League of Cities, and it was great to meet and collaborate with many of the other council from all over the other states. And one of the main concerns is still public safety, and that's nationwide. And the fentanyl and opioid crisis, again, is nationwide. So that's something that we need to start a narrative and start educating the community, teachers, students, schools. So let's try to get that going this year so that we are up to date and helping our young kids because they are our future. So it was a great trip. Thank you, Councilman Hicks.
MPT.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I wanted to just give an account for my whereabouts. I was absent. Wasn't absent. I zoomed in. I want to let the city of Carson know, my residents know, I successfully passed my oral defense for my doctoral degree. So I can use doctor now. However, I will wait until May 12th. So I was extended and approved for graduation by paper and oral defense. So I'm excited about that. Secondly, on Saturday, April 29th, there will be a jazz festival at Dignity Health Sports Park supporting the Merv Dimely Institute at Cal State Dominguez, and all of the proceeds go to the Dimely Fellows Program. And the Dimely Fellows Program is where they take young scholars across country and they do think tanks and a number of things. I want to encourage you to hop on AXS.com and purchase you some tickets. They're only $50 to $75 for a good cause. They have Layla Hathaway, The Family Stone, Down to the Bone, Marcus Miller, Jazz in Pink, Bill Bellamy, Roland Martin, and they got so many, many more. So we want to make sure you do that. And I do want to say happy Resurrection Sunday to everybody. Happy Easter to everyone. And thank you so much.
And thank you. Thank you. We've had a good meeting. And I just want to say Happy Resurrection Sunday to everyone. We're going to be doing great things here in the city, and I look forward to some of the things that's going to be coming. I want to again thank this staff and for a phenomenal job that you did with the State of the City address. I know I'm difficult to work with sometimes, but the proof was in the pudding. Tariq, you ran lead on that, and to my council aide that's in the back, you guys were just awesome. You know, so I just want to publicly thank you. We've gotten nothing but positive reviews. Other mayors are asking for a copy of that to see, you know, how can we match this or what do we need to do? But it was, as my MPT said, it was awesome. And my assemblyman, it was really, really. So I just want to publicly thank you for that. And also, Kevin Kennedy. Where are you, Kevin? He left?
He's gone.
Oh, Kevin is awesome. Yeah, he did a phenomenal job also. So everyone that was involved, I want to say thank you around the table, all the staff. And I think I mentioned it in the State of the City. Some of the work that is done, you will never see the people that really has their hands on it. But these are the people that keeps this engine going, and it's where the rubber meets the road. And I just want to personally say thank you. Say this council meeting is adjourned.
Madam Mayor, you didn't ask me if I had any
I thought
announcements.
you did. Oh, you have
No,
some
you
announcements?
didn't.
I'm so sorry. Let's open back
That's
up the
okay.
meeting.
All right. So real quickly, I was at the State of the City. Very professionally done video. It was really excellent. People enjoyed themselves. They learned a lot, and that's really important about the State of the City. Also, Thursday, 2 days from today, we have a volunteer
Recognition. Nate Riddick.
thank you dinner for the 55th anniversary committee. But I do have a question about it. We do have a couple more events still, and there'll be volunteers for those events that might not have volunteered yet. So should they come Thursday, or
No,
we're going to have
this-
another dinner after the, you know, the tour of the Carson and the street fair? Are we going to have another dinner?
If that's so the pleasure of the city council, this is just for the volunteers that worked on the volunteer banquet. It's a small number, and then that'll be up to my colleagues. If you guys, I think we should have a one to appreciate them.
Yeah, I
That's
think
a
so,
must.
because there's other people that may not be included.
No,
and then
that's
the
true.
next day is a Nate Riddick, that'll be Friday, annual volunteer banquet.
Mm-hmm.
So they're back to back, one night after the next.
I want to
our
say,
staff,
you inserted that. I want to say I appreciate all the volunteers. However, that's Good Friday, so I won't be there that day. So I
It is Good Friday.
apologize,
It's probably not
everybody.
the best choice
So,
of a day.
in
but
answer
next year, we shouldn't do it on Good Friday, right?
whoever's running lead on the next two events to do something to recognize the volunteers, because we are moving up to 100 volunteers in planning of our city's 55th anniversary. And for me personally, I don't like to wait a whole year to thank our volunteers. I just
Well,
think
no harm in thanking them twice or three times.
they
We
may
have
be
the best.
different.
We have the best parties that taxpayers' money can buy. It looks like.
It's their money. It's their money.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So without any further conversation, this meeting is adjourned.